abot ang data!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap
abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo.
Bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
defeat,
GG Bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
defeat,
GG Bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato,
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP Racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. alas, hindi to aatas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko man yung wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Lakas, Pinas malakas. Kahit anong tumas, malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, because other boys want a picture. Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Let's go, Twisted Minds!
Maligayang pagbabalik sa MPL Arena Superfans. Ako, si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. And today is Sunday, which means it's family day here at MPL Philippines.
You know, the rain is probably crazy outside, kaya nagpapasalamat na kami in advance for everybody who made it to the arena to spend time with us. And also, sa lahat ng nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan na kasama ang kanilang pamilya. Maraming salamat po sa pagpili sa MPL for your bonding time.
Masaya kami na makita kayo dito at sa mga nanonood dyan, alam namin na nakaabang kayo ngayong week 2 dahil huling araw na rin ngayon at marami pa tayong maiinit na laban na matutunghayan ngayong araw.
Alam mo, ikalawang linggo pa lang, Pero I could say that this is one of the most competitive seasons so far in MPL Philippines history dahil bawat isang kupunan ay meron ng isang panalo. And now, we are gonna uncover more about that through the help of our casters. Kaya with that being said, oras na para saksihan ng Lakas ng Pinas!
Well, man, it's the last day here of week 2. We just made it, and we're happy to have you guys with us here. Now, once again, before we go ahead and introduce ourselves, hope you guys stay safe, stay dry. Team Bahay out there, we appreciate you, and people that made it out here, thank you very much. Now, it's us, the Wee Bear Bros, it's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar. How are you guys doing?
I'm glad to be indoors, and to double down on what Joseph said, stay safe in your houses or wherever you are, caught out. We're glad to have you here on MPL Philippines.
Yep, the weather has been quite terrible, to say the least, here in the Philippines. Lots of floods, but hopefully everyone, wherever you're watching MPLPH, you are safe and warm.
And this might help you guys out there. Again, there's more data, more GG. You can experience the winning power of Smart's Only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
I would love an eSIM. I might have to get on that, Smart, because I don't know. I've never transitioned to the eSIM yet. You know,
you would. You should.
I mean, it's easy.
I should also transition to this. I should get me a GT, an Infinix GT30 Pro, because right now it's equipped with all-day 120 FPS systems. The next generation, it's the Infinix GT30 Pro. It's now the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines, and it's powering us and all our players through this season.
In case you bought the very same phone that our athletes are using on stage, you can use it to snap a photo of them with Snap a Pro. Snap a photo of any MPL PH player during very specific moments while inside the venue, while you're at the MPL Arena for a chance to win diamonds.
So this graphic that you're seeing right now, use that as your shot list, and once you get to snap the photo, post it on your profile with the required hashtags. You have until September 8th to submit your snaps. Again, you need the hashtags. You need to be a member of the MPLPH official group, and make sure that the posts that you dish out are, just not private to yourself, because how are we going to see it?
That's true. You know what? I don't know. Brigitte always mentions that you always add one thing to that, Renmar. Don't be creepy with it.
Oh, yeah. No, just don't. Please.
Common sense.
Common sense. And again, if you guys are watching at home right now, and we'd love to experience this action here in person, you guys can still grab your tickets online right now. You can support your favorite teams. Just go to the MPL Philippines website and secure your seats now. Some of the matches are selling out already, or have sold out already. And honestly, after what we've seen for the past 2 weeks, guys, this season is highly competitive. I don't know where we're going to end up in the next few weeks ahead of us, but it's definitely an exciting one, and we've had a lot of competition here.
I can tell you now, we are in the dawn of a new era, and not just because it's a new season, but even in the games, you watch those week 1 and week 2, you can tell that this is a different kind of MPLPH.
Yeah, I think Midnight said it best to us. So when we talk about this season backstage, it's still very difficult to declare who is the bottom 2 of the league. And in a league that is filled with so much history, multiple eras that we've gone through, it's exciting to see that at the end of week 2, all the teams so far this season have already secured at least one win.
It's interesting how we're both in the global era and in the new era.
Yeah.
Because we're still sending out imports. I've gotten word that our boy Andorio is actually winning in MPL ID. So here now, what else can we expect on home soil?
I don't know, man. I think it's always nice to see, our players go out there and experience the global transition from here to the Philippines. And it's not just our players, our coaches and analysts that all get to do that too. It's amazing to see, because I feel like, again, we've heard it from some of the players in the interviews, they also enjoy that homecoming, coming back here, competing in the most competitive league right now for MLBB esports. This is our standings. I honestly didn't expect some of this as we round out week 2. Twisted still at the top up there. We have Onic and Rora now sitting at 2 points each, and the rest of the team still fighting around that mid area with a 1 point.
Yeah, what I appreciate about it is that Twisted Minds' plot twist showed up quick. But how deep does the plot twist go? How deep does the story for Twisted Mind goes? Twisted Minds go, especially since that they are going to be the second match of the day going up against the defending champions in Team Liquid Philippines.
I can't wait for that one, man. But first off, we have our first match of the day. It's Smart Omega versus Team Falcons. Two teams who really want to go ahead and get a win here because they want to round out week 2 with a win. And then, like we mentioned, TLPH versus Twisted Minds later is going to be exciting in the sense of, again, it's TLPH, you know, our most recent MSC champions, previous season champions, but Twisted Minds, the team that has surprised and twisted a lot of the, I feel like, the audience right now. Imagine if they end up beating TLPH here.
This would do two things. Number one, continue their winning streak in Season 16, and as well prove that their success does not just extend through scrims. They literally are the next face of the league, the future. But for now, we go through these OGs, these well-known names in Smart Omega and Team Falcons PH.
Is it just me, or is this a little bit more must-win for Falcons? I feel like between those two, they've had the significantly tougher week, especially with the members of Falcons representing CBO for the IESF qualifiers, not being able to qualify. Omega, honestly, if they end this week with no series wins, they're one of the few teams in the league to tell the Twisted Minds, hey, we took a game away from you. And Omega looked very strong yesterday against Twisted.
Yeah, it almost makes me a little, I don't know, I'm a little worried here for Team Falcons because, again, I feel like something hasn't been working for them. And yeah, I know. We got the Falcons guy with us here. He's even wearing the colors, by the way. That's green, right? Because I'm kind of colorblind, but like that's green, right?
Yes, it is.
It's some shade of green.
It's some shade of green because, hey, that might be the secret here, maybe, for Team Falcons. Because right now our headline for this is going to be the focus of the graduates of the Brawl era. Earlier on, you saw the graphic of the different eras that we've been through so far through the years. Now, specifically, you know, you guys, I feel like you guys were a part of this Brawl era yourselves, right? I mean, this is seasons what? Seasons 1 to 3. I know you came in, was it season 4?
Season 3.
Season 3. So you were there at the end of the Brawl era. You came in season...
technically season 3. I was booking talents in season 3.
That's right. Let's talk about the Brawl era here.
Well, the thing I love about the Brawl era is that up until now, there are still people going, now this was the best because of all the mechanics that were shown. And when you look at the players on your screen right now, Carl TZ, JP, Few, and Haji, at multiple points in their career, you can attribute them to being some absolutely mechanical monsters. Did that last for the entirety of the career? No, but you see that the foundation that they played on, the initial start of the league that they played on, really influenced a lot of their playstyle even up until now.
And what's so beautiful is they've proven that years down the line, more than half a decade removed from the Brawl era, they are still here. So they're more than just their mechanics, they're true icons of the game. So we'd love to see how they look like now going into this bout, because again, even Liquid, who's going to be in action later on, is in pretty deep waters. So 3 of the 4 teams in action today need that dub.
They need the win. We want to ask you guys over there watching with us, of course, what your thoughts are. And you can answer us by this question. Can the graduates of the Brawl era keep up with the new era? A, yes, of course, or B, not right now. I want to say, if I had to throw my answer out there, I would say yes, of course. That veterancy of the Brawl era, these guys that have been staples throughout the seasons, they're going to bring that experience and veterancy into being able to adapt to the new era. And I think, yes, maybe it's been a little bit slower for others, but definitely they're going to be able to do so. And again, these are our best of the best here in MPL Philippines.
Yeah, the new era is not solely determined by the new names and new faces that joined the league. It's also determined by the veterans, as you mentioned, Naisu, that have learned to adapt, grow, and even, especially for names such as like Carl TZ, JP, determine what it means to be someone who evolves with the league itself and evolving your game.
Yeah, I define it as that. That's why I'm saying not right now, or just straight up no, because they don't have to keep up. I'm thinking they still have it in them to redefine the new era. Because Carl TZ, who knows what he's going to pick up next? Who knows what he's going to do? And thinking about Few, he's going to be in action right now. What else will Coach Treb make him play? Because at this point, I don't think Few's fingers are locking up just yet.
They're not. And I also want to say, like, I am happy to see some of the the hero pool shift in the mid lane specifically. I've been wanting to see this for a while now, so hopefully again, Team Falcons has been able to take, let's just call it their learning experiences in the past couple days, even leading into the MPL Philippines Week 2, and can get it together here, because I was pretty adamant on something yesterday. Like, again, they needed to come up with something. Yes, Flap came into the lineup instead of Ferds from last week, and still they obviously were struggling in some form or another.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing where it's like, all right, part of it is, yeah, this new era that's developed. There was a time when Team Falcons were like the marquee standout for a team that is playing the meta we were in before. It was very utility-based, objective-based, and everything else. They had everything down to basically a T when it came to timing. But I feel like they've been one of the teams that have had to adjust or struggle in a way to adjust now currently.
Yeah. There's a saying that goes, the road to the internationals run through Falcons. I don't know how true that is still today in the shape they're in.
Well, we'll find out here, because in just a second, we're going to go ahead and welcome the teams out to the stage for the matchup.
Teams trying to find redemption from yesterday's challenges, starting with James, Ryzen, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Netsuki. This is Smart Omega! Wounded Wings, but they refuse to back down. Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco, Team Falcons! And welcome to the stage, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches for the two teams, Coach Lem and Coach Trevor. MPL Arena, this is Omega versus Falcons!
And there we have it. This is going to be Smart Omega taking on Team Falcons. Take us through Smart Omega here, Leo.
I caught up with Smart Omega last night after their long series against Twisted Minds, and I'll tell you this, they weren't down in spirits. They were actually pretty happy. I caught a good conversation with a good bunch of them, but what I can marquee and highlight is the fact that James went up to Coach Bonchan and said, "Coach, you got us really good." And that conversation lasted for about 5 more minutes. So that means he really understood what Twisted Minds was doing. I wonder how that'll influence how they go up against Falcons tonight, because they went all the way. So that must have unlocked something in Smart Omega. I'm looking forward to if they can unleash that on Falcons here tonight.
Again, going to be great to see, because Team Falcons is the team that needs to quickly adjust here. As the Falcons guy, Renmar, what do you think?
Well, similar to what Mickey Rourke said in Iron Man 2, where is my bird? Where are my birds, man? Where are the Falcons that I know? Clearly, they are still heartbroken by the loss in IESF. There are members of Falcons that really need to step up. I saw some lapses in judgment yesterday in their series against TNC Pro Team, a little bit overextending. And it feels like there are still shades of them always still being used to winning every single sequence, forgetting that it's changed. There's a different era. There are times where you are losing fights and you cannot just simply walk forward and try to out-damage them. The game has changed. Falcons need to evolve.
I rarely do this, but also maybe it comes down to how they make decisions with their coach, because their drafts are relatively out of this world. Yesterday they played a Uranus. In IESF they played an Esmeralda.
Yep.
They even played a Jungle Alice. So I don't know what the context is as to how they ended up with these choices so quickly and so surely. Maybe they should revisit these drafts and respect what their opponents could be bringing up here.
That's why the draft right now currently in this meta that's been shaping is so interesting, because some teams play to that advantage. But before that, we're going to have to throw it over to the Smart Ping test to see how our players prepare for the match.
Ako na naman ang bunot. Boys and girls in a garden, Yung standing ko pala yung iba ko, 140, oh, I love you, pre. Magsama-sama and, trapper ka pala no? Bigyan ng karapatan yan. Bigyan ng karapatan ng bawat isa. Baby, kalma lang tayo. Saan naman, nahalo na kami. Yung panalo na ako sa landa doon. Kailangan na lang tayo, pre. Kalmado lang tayo. Malabo pa sa ano yan. Malabo pa sa adobong pusit.
Ay, Mark, Dad. Kyle. Hey! Game, Jackping. Kailangan makauwi ng safe si Flap. Ayun yung goal natin.
May way din doon.
I love how that was just purposely edited that way. You know, like,
Zero context.
Zero context. Just a whole bunch of laughing.
It seemed like Few was practicing to join the evil laugh contest.
Yeah, he took some notes from Kawhi Leonard for sure of how to laugh and make it seem like you're actually human.
Well, hey, that's different. I will say that. That's different than what we've had with the singing, all the singing, you know?
Yeah, that's good. I like how the editors for the Big Test are really starting to show off, like, you know, just have a lot more fun with it. They're not afraid to clown on the players in a fun way.
They should. You know, again, that works, too, you know? Throughout the laughs, man. And right now, we're not going to laugh here, but we are going to howl because we're going to throw it over for our Infinix Keys of Victory with Wolf.
Welcome to The Howl. My name is Wolf, bringing you the Infinix Keys to Victory. Omega versus Falcons ang magbabakbakan para sa first series natin ngayong araw. At para sa Omega, na medyo losing streak sila ngayon, kailangan nilang gawin ay i-punish ang Team Falcons sa non-scaling mid-lane choices nila. Kapansin-pansin kahapon na yung Team Falcons ay hindi masyadong nagko-commit ng mga farm para kay Few, at dahil doon ay parang kinakapos sila na damage sa late game. Para sa Omega, dahil napapansin ko din na parang sa meta game ngayon, kailangan may pangil o may damage yung mid lane choices mo. Pagdating sa late game, they really have to put some farm onto Few. So, ayan yung pwedeng i-punish ng Omega. Para din sa Omega, they don't give up the early game and river control. So, napapansin din natin para sa Omega na parang nawawalan sila ng lakas pagdating sa team fights kapag hindi nila nakakontrol yung river. Either i-fast clear nila yung lane or gumawa sila ng plays para talaga nakuha nila yung certain parts of the map. Para naman sa Team Falcons, they have to work on their siege execution. And I'm sure that Team Falcons knows this. Ang tagal na nila sa liga, siguro ngayong week number 1 and week number 2, kapansin-pansin na hindi nila na-execute yung pag-siege nila mismo, lalo na kapag sila na yung nakakalamang sa laban. They just have to work on that. And lastly, they have to take care of their early game farm. Minsan, nasa-sacrifice ng Team Falcons yung kanilang farm dahil lang gusto nilang pumalag sa mga team fights na hindi naman din advisable para sa kanila. This is something that they have to work on, and maybe ito yung dahilan para makontrol talaga nila yung laro from their perspective. So let's look at Omega versus Team Falcons through the draft now. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf. And that's the Howl, the Infinix Keys to Victory there for both the teams, Smart Omega and Team Falcons, to go ahead and get the victory. You guys can let us know what you think, of course, in the comments too. If you agree with those or not, what do you think, boys?
I think Omega punishing the Falcons non-scaling mid should be something Falcons is aware of anyways, because check this out. 2 of the Brawl era graduates were once cores, quote-unquote. You're looking at Haji, who once played in the jungle, and then Few, whatever you wanted to call that role, he once played Granger. His Selena was once played an assassin and won them single-handedly on a championship in Season 2. So they both should know how important it is to scale with damage in mid.
Yeah, and if you do that for Falcons, that means you'll have a higher chance of being able to really take care of your early game farm. So if Omega's going to be looking at the non-scaling mid lane choices of Falcons, well, Falcons, inverse of that, start looking really deeply into your scaling mid heroes, take care of that, so then that you also have a higher chance of being able to protect your farm early on, because that's been one of the struggles here for Kyle Teasy.
Let's think about this, just for our viewers out there's sake. What are some examples of non-scaling mid choices here?
Non-scaling?
Yeah, non-scaling.
Aurora.
Yeah.
Zushin.
Yeah. You want to get heroes at even up until the late game. You're gonna be able to deal a lot of damage. Considering that we did see Farsa and Kagura shown up for these two,
those scale,
and that those do scale. But then at the same time, it's not just in terms of like what you're gonna be picking. It's like, are you gonna be able to facilitate your rotations so that the Kagura and Farsa scale comes a little bit quicker, that it doesn't have to wait up until past 10 minutes so that you can actually feel them damage. That's why you're gonna keep it close. That's why you see on the side of Omega, one of their main conditions is to really take care of their river control. Because if you lose the river, then you're going to lose that scale if you're mid.
Yeah, we'll see if they do. Again, the early game is in a very interesting place right now, and we have put a magnifying glass too, I feel like, on the XP laners a lot so far, which started last season and then it's carried over into now, just because, again, the meta itself has shifted slightly. And we'll take a look how the rest of this last ban for the first phase goes. You got the Kalea and the Phoveus being taken out by Team Falcons. They're on the blue. And then for Smart Omega on the red, they take out the YSS and the Wan.
I feel like Falcons might let through the Lancelot and then trade it for the Baksha.
Muscle of iron.
Yeah. If it's not going to be banned out here by Omega, I think I definitely lean a little bit more towards the both of if you have a choice, then pick up the Baksha now. Omega, it seems like they're more than willing to give the Baksha to Falcons. We'll see how that's going to be faring for them. I think Falcons are also going to be thinking of, those surprise Juicin first picks, or surprise CC first pick, but it's tried and tested. Baksha is one of the best, if not the best options that you could go for in the first pick.
And then what can happen is Omega can actually invest in their mid duo first, and then later sneak it through Red 3. I was going to say,
wow,
the Fanny, but no, they just... This rarely happens, by the way.
Yeah, I thought they would wait at least a little bit here.
Double core pick?
They go, yeah. That doesn't happen often.
I think they're already looking towards that few is going to be ending up with the heroes such as the Farsa and the Juicin as the main options that they're going to be going for, because it's a great pairing with the Baksha. Kagura most likely is one of the reasons why Hayabusa was rushed right away, because when you look at the Harith, one of the rising picks against that has been the Kagura in the mid lane, but they don't need to pick that. But then some of the best options that you can go for are countered by the Hayabusa, so I'm actually okay with that. So Falcons decided to play it safe and pick up the Moskov, going up against the Harith. So both gold laners are already locked. Falcons decided to play it safe and also get the Arlot in the EXP, which means Omega will be able to get the Lapu Lapu. So a lot of the picks right now that Omega has shown is to give Few a lot of struggle, which means that they're already taking care of one of their major keys to victory, which is taking care of the river control.
Yeah, so this is where I don't even think they'll ban the Farsa, just because it'd be a really hard Farsa game against this, but I don't know. We'll see what Team Falcons goes. Here we go. Since Tagalog, let me do it.
Okay.
Jung, actually, wait. I'll just translate it to English.
Yes.
He saw one word. Yep. He's like, that's difficult.
So we're upset against Cambodia. This is ISF. How are you guys doing?
All right, we brought that feeling into our match against TNC. Okay. So there was definitely something bothering them in their matchup yesterday.
Those are some really long words.
Long and short of it, Joseph.
Yeah. And we talked about it on broadcast. Again, we were hoping that they could go ahead and shake that off.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. And hopefully now today they have done that and they can kind of recuperate here. Now, going back to the bans for the second phase, the Kagura was taken out. You have the Selena 2, which is one of those top picks that is given over to a few. Now, I'm wondering if this is going to bring up some more mid lane bans. What do you contest here?
Well, for Falcons, they actually don't need to lean in towards the mid laners that will struggle up against the lineup that Omega's showing. They can double down the idea that, okay, maybe we'd want to play for a little bit more mid to the late game. Although with the Baksha there, Kimmy would actually be a perfect pairing for Ogwen and Few. That allows them to be able to bully at the center of the map, but also have a way to supplement your farm. It's not just hyper-dependent on the Moskov. So this Farsa ban by Omega actually is quite concerning to me, because we already mentioned your 3 picks. Yes, you're thinking about what the Farsa can do in the Harith and the team fights, but you have a Lapu Lapu and Hayabusa with you, man.
Here's the thing. I feel like Coach Snap and Coach Lembot are limit testing the idol ng mga kids. They want to see, hey, Few, how deep does your hero pool go? Because they're taking it all the way. And they're going to get a pick on Red 4. So I think that'll go beyond just banning. Even this pick will strain Few's hero pool.
Yeah, and this pick could even be the Kimmy for the side of Omega. It's going to end up becoming a very greedy lineup when you have the Harith and Hayabusa with you. And the Kimmy staring down the Baksha at the center of the map might not be the best choice. But if they really want to take away options from Few and tell Few, all right, get creative, then you're going to pick up something maybe like the Kimmy. Eve has also been a rising pick, especially with a very specific build of Enchanted Talisman, Brute Force. That's very cool down rush, and it's great to see.
So what's left? Kimmy, Eve, Lilia, Vexana. Aurora. We've also seen Aurora on the rise, especially in other professional level games of MLBB esports. They're not showing it.
Yeah, and they continue the idea of pressuring Few. Now they pick up the Cho even more. Even if they didn't ban the Farsa, whatever mid lane pick now is going to be a struggle for Few. I think they're going to have to go on the offensive here. Something can go Purify. I still want to see them just go for the Baksha right away. Sorry, not the Baksha, the Kimi. Right away in their mid. And then their jungle. Looking what Omega has. Don't have the Lancelot. YSS Kimi is way too farm heavy with the Moscow. YSS is banned.
Lance is out.
You don't think they'd flex the Baksha?
Joy?
Joy, I think, is their last option. Yeah.
Little magic damage.
Okay, so they do flex it. They get the Valentina, so they go for Baksha in the jungle.
That's what I was
Roam
wondering,
down.
yeah.
Now, this puts so much pressure onto the Moscow. I thought they already had a good lineup that wouldn't be so dependent on one hero to pop off, considering you have 3 potential quick scaling snowball heroes on the side of Omega. It's like Falcons low-key conceded the early game, and they're going to be turtling out with macro, split push, and farming up for Super Marco, which is too much.
It's tough, man. I mean, every time I see the Valentina, sometimes it's like, I get the concept, but so far, statistically, it hasn't worked too well. But Loyi gets picking up, too, for the last pick for Smart Omega.
You know what? Something tells me Smart Omega just went for this plan to bear down on Few.
Yeah.
And then because of the switch, because of the flex on the Baksha, they said, you know what, let's just follow through anyways. And surprise whoever they can find, these softies, which again, there's still 2 of. Smart Omega, I'm liking their draft better than Falcons, who seems to have switched their priorities mid-draft.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that boat too. If Falcons aren't careful here, what they're used to doing against other teams, playing around the low Yi, is what's going to happen to them. It has changed a little bit. Low Yis are a little bit more specific, but if you look at the lineup rating and the numbers, it just really leans towards the side of Omega, considering that they do have a significant amount of crowd control and looking solely at the damage that can balloon fast on the side of Omega. Falcons, if they're not careful, they lose this in the first 3 minutes.
Well, that's right from the Falcons guy himself. So let us know in the chat what you guys think is more likely to win Game 1 here in this best of 3. It's Family Sunday. It's Smart Omega versus Team Falcons. Both teams looking for that win to finish off Week 2 in the MPL Philippines Season 16. And we have to go ahead and pay attention to this early rotation, because that's where a lot of it starts for a lot of these teams, you know? And it's so cool seeing both those skins, by the way, between the Badang and the Cho. But here's the thing. I think with this, again, Valentina is in a peculiar position where you really have to be able to utilize whatever ultimates you decide to take here.
Starting to see what rotations they're going for.
Flicker already.
And Baksha and Hayabusa. Okay, Katizi is going to be able to get the Litho. They do have the info on where Katizi is on the map, while Ryzen's a little bit more mysterious for the side of Falcons of where he is on the map. So I think we're just going to be waiting for the first hero to show up. I want to see someone build for an advantage right away through the EXP lane, get either Flap or James low for either side. That's going to be a good early condition to check if they want good success early on.
I like that you mentioned the EXP lane, because what seemed to work for Omega, especially C16, is when they go with James. And with Falcons clearly saying, yeah, we're going to hedge on the late game, this is all the more incentive for James to just keep pushing the pace.
What was that saying we had?
Go with James.
Go with James. Needs to be on a t-shirt at this point. But yeah, that's true. And also, Lapu Lapu is just right now really good in the XP lane tier list. You know, there's something about this hero that he's just able to do so much damage, but also tank up so much damage and even pull off a couple finesse moves if he wants to. So it's one of those games where it just kind of brings it into the first objective, the first turtle.
Yeah, good push and pull between the two in the EXP lane, while Few and Super Yoshi are just going to be jockeying for position in that center shrub. Ogwen gets there, but Super Yoshi reads it. So good little mini dance that we're seeing right now between the two teams in terms of getting better positioning. Look at Flap, though. This could be the X factor for Falcons.
There we go. Oh, final slash.
Coming in, first blood drawn on to James. He wasn't ready for that. Now James pushing out of the fight. And there we go, Flap TZ about to get punished. All this while, Kyle TZ secures the turtle. Great work by Falcons using muscle.
Yeah, Flap TZ found the perfect position, and then they were able to make the most out of the final slash. And we saw again, a lot of highlights here in the little dance and who gets to hold the right shrub at the center. Because Super Yoshi decided to go out of it and stop holding it, it meant that Ogwin will be able to find a better spot, and Few will be able to find a better spot as well. Good little trade as well between the Moskov and the Harris.
I'm here for it. Let that 1v1 keep going, because look, neither of them wants to give up the lane. They're all staying.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing a lot with our gold laners. You know, these early kind of 1v1s, because for the longest time they know that, all right, eventually, especially towards the mid game, then that's when our time to shine, so we might as well duke it out in the lane. But it's funny because earlier I was saying that, you know, the Lapu Lapu's so good in the hands of James. Well, then Few goes and takes the bravest fighter, makes it work. This little diversion up top, though. Are they looking to make a play here on Flap?
Let's see if Flap senses it. He's holding to the furthest shrub, so he does feel it.
Oh, in comes Super Yoshi. He finds the kick. They throw everything but the kitchen sink. Ryzen does hold back the shadow kill. Now Omega looking to rotate to mid.
Stay back as much as you can, but if it's a Jeet Kune Do flicker committed by Cho and you get hit, there's no escape.
Yeah, how do you... I mean, is there even a counterplay to that? Or do you just kind of accept your fate? You know, and I guess maybe if he had the flicker, that might have been the only thing.
Or a Purify.
Or Purify.
Purify.
But the counterplay of Falcons came through a little bit of macro. They were able to whittle down the shields at the center turret and get gold for themselves.
Kyle looking for a fight. Yoshi pushing him back. That's Badang on Ogwin catching Yoshi. And that's a free pickoff for the Falcons.
Man, Ogwin getting the 2-0 already this early on in the Badang. And what does he have? I mean, he did quite a bit of damage there, too. He just... Wow, that's just built in to the Badang.
He just has concussive blast. He has his fist. That's all you need is a Rome Badang. That's why he's one of the top picks. But I like that Ogwin is stepping up significantly here. His timings alongside Few and Kyle TZ specifically were off yesterday.
Yeah.
Now that they're much better today, you see how well it's going for Falcons. We said if Falcons aren't careful, if someone slips early on, Omega can run away with it. But Falcons have held tight. Yes, they've suffered one loss through Flap TZ, but they are very quick about their movements and finding trades across the map.
How good did this work? Now that we've seen Few basically hold on to the Lapu Lapu ult, is that the right choice the majority of times?
Yoshi gets another kick, and they throw out the shadow kill on Ogwin. Down he goes, a stolen. Bravest fighter, Joseph, we're going to get the answer to your question. Down force dropped in by Netsky. Taken down Few, traded out for Haji. Now Flaptizi about to get punished here. Omega ain't done with you. Double kill for James.
Well, the difficult thing about that is if you are under the ultimate of the Harith, it's really going to be difficult to fight into that. The Spirit of Destruction didn't really connect their first Super Marco. And right now, I think that was a quick heat check for Falcons. And we realized what we mentioned about the lineup of Omega. Even though if they're not 100% winning the objectives, 100% winning the fights, they just have so much damage across the board early on that Falcons needs to be careful. They slip up once, and now they're starting to lose control in the map.
All of that, too, is going to get them that tier 1 in the bottom, so that will be the first turret for Smart Omega. They also get themselves a little bit of a lead to work with at this point, so you'll see Netsky go ahead and transition to a different side. But, yeah, it's one of the things that if Team Falcon decides to go ahead and start a play... hold on.
Final Slash does not deter Omega from coming in. Yoshi with the flicker gets the kick, and still Ogwin pops his ult, and they're stopped by the Poissons. Kyle TZ breaking the formations. In come Few, pressuring Netsky, and underneath tier 1 up top, Falcons collapse onto Omega. Flap comes in, taking down James. They're not done. Haji gets hit with the final slash, taking him out. Few gets another.
And now the slip up by Omega. It seems like that little knockback from Ogwin was more than enough actually to throw them off their game. Once they saw that Baksha, that little bit of slow that was still on them, the little breaking of their flow meant that they just had to run away slowly from the Tortoise Pisans, which meant it was time for Few to get into a better angle, Marco to get into a better angle. Great knockback by Ogwin.
Man, so far just a back and forth right now at this point, but they're 3 for 3 in the Turtles for Team Falcons now, and they've gotten some more control. So even it out, even in terms of this space to work with as they got the tier 1s down.
You know what? Omega shan't pull that off once more because it was dangerous what they were doing. A diversion right in Falcon's face.
Yeah.
Falcons are going to punish you hard. Sure, they've been losing. Sure, they've been struggling the past week, but they're still one of the Titans of MLBB. You can't do that.
Yeah, definitely off of that too. And you can see Super Marco's got himself nearly to that third item. He's got the Crystal Scythe and Golden Staff already here. So now things are falling into place for them.
Yeah, good build as well for Kyle TZ. He needs that Radiant Armor and was already able to build it. He will probably transition into a full build anti-cuirass after he initially built the Dreadnought, because you are able to temper the physical skill damage being dished out by Omega. But Kyle TZ did need more magic defense, similar to Flap TZ, who did go for the Oracle now.
James coming in. Bravest Fighter does not catch Kyle TZ. He's able to roll out. Super Yoshi looking for the kick. And Omega with a diversion. Spots him right in the bush. But Falcons welcome him just as quickly. And now Haji very low. SOD no one home. Marco threw it out early on in the fight. Omega scramble and retreat.
Oh, they're gonna retreat here too. I almost thought they would still put pressure there just because they had Flap there with the final slash, but they'll just gain control. They want this tier 1 turret in the mid too before that Lord does come up. So right now, Team Falcons looking to just play that macro game.
Yeah, I think they would have continued that pressure if that SOD hit and Super Marco was in a significantly better spot to maybe stun someone with a knockback, Spear of Misery, but no, he wasn't able to hit it, and that meant Falcons just needed to see if they could have one more effort to try and catch someone off. They didn't, and so they decided to back off. Again, as we mentioned already, 2 core items locked in for the 2 gold laners. Counter-Strike War Axe for this Hayabusa, but considering how Falcons were able to take control of the turtles, all the turtles in the game so far, the Hayabusa damage might not be completely there yet against the major frontliners of Falcons.
Here we go, a diversion! Wow. But Falcons answer back! Owen and Kyle are so in connection! Down goes Haji. Super Yoshi might be next. Flickers back out, and drive-by murder by Falcons!
That was perfectly timed. It was almost like they knew exactly where it was going, and they just stopped the plan of Smart Omega.
And now Kyle TZ's not done. Oh, he does try to commit Grand Theft Orange, but that forces Ryzen to hit the red tree. They go straight for the Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't use the retribution.
Ryzen can still do it.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this.
Sneaky Dean, what are you thinking? Oh, he gets caught out, and there's a shadow kill. James steals it. Down goes Fionesky, finds the window. Kyle TZ falls as well, but James finally goes down. Nesky gets a double. Down goes Ogwin. There are bodies littered across the river. Omega, how did they do that? They won the trade and the Lord. Ryzen still coming in. Shadow out.
Way too early, it was like by Falcons, 16-14. Yeah, there's a significant time difference between Kyle TZ and Ryzen. It seems like the retribution of the Baksha did come in way too early, which meant there was roughly 300 to 500 because Falcons were waiting for the right time.
Yeah.
They were waiting for the cooldown of the retribution of Kyle TZ to get taken out. That's why they had to slow it down. They got the vision. Kyle TZ seems like he was waiting for the perfect timing to hit the retri, but just hit it an ounce too early. Fortunately, we didn't see it anymore in the replay when exactly he hit it, but it was James who got it.
It seemed like it was mid-shadow kill.
Yeah, just follow James though on that one.
Go with James.
Go with James. Gets themselves the Lord now. So Smart Omega, and notice it hasn't been one of those games. A lot of the matches we've seen where you have these kind of gold leads balloon up. This one for game 1 has not been the case. The most it's gotten is 1.5 for Team Falcons. And now the focus is what can Smart Omega do with this Lord push? They are going to get that tier 2 up top with the push from Ryzen. And now the next focus, this one will charge in to the tier 2 on bottom. So Smart Omega has gotten a lot that they've wanted. I don't know if Kyle TZ wants to actually go for this.
He does pop the Puissance, runs into Super Yoshi, but that should be a clear sign to not force anything. They lose their tier 2 in top and bottom. That's permanent damage dealt to Falcons' side of the map.
It looked like there was a clear difference in opinion as to whether or not Falcons should have gone for that. Kyle TZ clearly wanted to, but it seems like it was a team call for him to back off. This is significantly better for Omega now because one of the reasons why they have been losing is because, well, Netsky does have no death under his name, but because of how much control Falcons had earlier, especially in the key shrubs leading up to the fights, Netsky just couldn't find a comfortable position to fight very well. Now that it's Omega setting the tempo and getting into the aggressive shrubs in the map, that means Netsky can be happy and say, okay, it's my time to shine. Ryzen hasn't died yet as well, so now Falcons, how they've been playing the game so far, needs to change, because even a well-timed shadow kill by Ryzen can whittle down Kyle TZ and Ogwin faster than you can say, let's fight this.
This is where we see Team Falcons go for the adjustment. You know, they played their game in the early portion where they secured themselves 3 for 3 in the Turtles. They lost that last Lord, unfortunate to them, by James securing it. So now I feel like they're kind of recalibrating. Like, how do we approach this next objective coming up in about 15 seconds? We got to secure our buffs. You can also see, too, he's changed it up a little bit, right? He's not going to hold on to the Bravest Fighter, at least for now. I'm not sure if he changes it before the fight breaks out, but he's holding on to the Cho ultimate, that Way of the Dragon. So maybe one of the ideas here, the concepts for Team Falcon, is to maybe go for a pick-off, or it's just to peel. The big thing that we mentioned with the Badang too is that it does mess up the flow of the team fight for Smart Omega. And if you miss that mark, if you miss that setup or that interruption, that's where things seem to take the back door on this, or the back front of this. So again, for Team Falcons, they're going to spot this out. They know they can contest this here.
I wonder if they're going to blitz. Kyle TZ goes in for the roll. Flap TZ comes in. Flicker, final slash. Lord still sitting at a third of his health. Downward force by Netsky. They force it out. James flickering back. And the puissance by Kyle TZ. Lord at a 10th of its health. That's a flicker spent once more. And look at the damage. Oh my! Haji secures the Lord. A kick plus a combo from Omega. They're wiping out the Falcons, clipping them wing by wing. And it's just Ogwin left. Omega from out of nowhere!
It was a disaster for Team Falcons. It looked like they got their wings clipped in that one.
It already looks so good, but they could not check the low Yi. Haji got the damage, and Omega might end it.
And they're already inside the base. Ogwin falls. It's a wipeout with one minion. Smart Omega takes game one.
In one team fight after another, Smart Omega comes out with a win over Team Falcons.
Two Lords were actually, I had to revisit it, both junglers got cold feet. In the first Lord, it was both Ryzen and Kyle TZ hitting their retributions too early. This time around, Kyle TZ was early. Ryzen just couldn't even get his retribution off. I don't think he found the right enough angle. He was mid-shadow kill. So this time it was Haji who was able to get the last hit for the Lord in the last one. And they just didn't check the low Yi, and this is one of the biggest struggles when you're going up against a lineup if that has a low Yi and you are centered around a very tanky jungler. If you do not check that low Yi, that sudden burst of damage from the duality proc is gonna mess you up.
You know, that's one of the beauties of playing a team that has clearly no tentpole. Threats can come from everywhere, and that's what Omega's identity seems to be in Season 16. The barangay is not made by one star. Everyone does their part.
Forget the timers of past, you know. I feel like Smart Omega has proven that, it's just much different now. And it's crazy because even that last fight, we'll see it probably later, but it was interrupted by a lot of the things that James did, our MVP here for Game 1. And I'm going to stick by, I think that's going to be the thing this season, man. Go with James. Go with James. Because whether it's the Lapu Lapu, whether it's any of the XP laners that he showed us so far this season, you can definitely count on him. 3-3-6 with the KDA, but it was more so of what he was capable of doing, being a threat to really the lineup of Team Falcons as a whole. But I think even then it was like that last fight, I saw I asked the question before it built up, like, who is he going to kick, right? He was holding on to that Cho ultimate, and he died before he got to use it, I think. Like, he didn't really get a chance, because that's one problem with the Valentina, especially when you're holding on to that kind of ultimate. You have to put yourself, and I think he got caught in that interaction with the Lu Yi. He just got bursted down.
Yeah, this is why the Valentina pick to me was quite iffy. I understand that you do have the Terrify, you do have the burst damage, and at the same time, because of how the Baksha works and the Badang works, that could have been a potential snowball condition early on if the Valentina, Baksha, and Badang together were able to chain a lot of kills. Significantly harder to do that now in this metagame, in this environment here in MPL PH, which meant that the Valentina Hero Few, yes, rather impressive 2-3-5 in the final KDA, still that could have been something else, because it would have been less risky if you went for a different pick, if you wanted to play a little bit more around the Moskov and the Valentina. Yes, the Falcons lineup now clearly just plays around for the Moskov. A lot of dudes pushing forward so that Super Marco has space. But then again, if you're not checking one of the main damage dealers in that low Yi, not just like take Harith out of the equation, just the low Yi alone already messes you up, because then when you look at the MVP pick in the Lapu Lapu for James, even he dishes out a lot of burst damage through his ultimate.
Which is so weird, because like, look at his build. You know, and that's one of the things about the Lapu Lapu right now. It doesn't matter. You know, like the Fury Hammer is enough to go ahead and help you feel just how much damage Lapu Lapu can do, and then he's tanky enough to go ahead and take up all this. I mean, look how much damage he actually soaked up. 75,000 there.
All of it.
Basically all of it. And Super Yoshi, it almost made his job a little bit easier on the Cho, where it's like he didn't have to force himself to look for that kick. It's the same concept with Kalea right now. Like, the Kalea shines the most when you have something else, which is usually the XP laner, to help supplement that.
Which is interesting because James is the hammer while Yoshi is the scalpel.
The scalpel.
Yeah, because we saw that Yoshi got bursted down several times in that game, and all he really needed to do was get a kick. If he can find a solid kick or a nice knockup, a 2-3-man knockup, he's done his job. And that's why he's the wingman. And it's this deadly combo, James and Yoshi.
Yeah.
Teams have to look out for this. Here, I think Falcons did not expect these two to strike so quickly.
Yeah, one of the biggest reasons as to why James got that MVP is because with all of the trouble happening around the first Lord fight that James was able to get the last hit on, it was James pressuring Kyle Teasy, breaking through the formations of Falcons. Omega decided to play back. Super Yoshi was like, all right, I will do what I can, though it may not be much, to peel for my back line. But that meant that James needed to go forward so that at least you have someone in the offensive to increase your chances that Falcons' formation is going to get shattered, which it did. Which meant that Kyle Teasy pressed that retribution too early, and it was James miraculously who was able to get that last hit.
And it was great to see. Again, this was a game that was relatively close for the majority of it. It was only towards that end, maybe that first Lord, and then the next one where things really took a turn for the worse for Team Falcons, and Smart Omega was able to go ahead and find the weak points, really, and pressure it. And maybe, once again, it's about that scaling that we got to see from Smart Omega's lineup, where you just didn't feel that, with Team Falcons lineup. So maybe they have to go ahead and, like we mentioned even before the first draft, it was like, come back to the draft, because I think there was definitely some weak points there.
That's why I was hoping, really, I understand why maybe they could have been so off about the Kimmy, but then that applies another potential carry for your team. I think as the season goes on, and even towards the tail end of MSC, it's clear, multiple options for carry in your team, in your final lineup, usually wins over teams that only have just one dude trying to carry.
Which is weird because they suddenly switched over to the Moskov-centric lineup, which again might work because yesterday it was a Moskov giving them a headache, but they have to evolve their meta is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Because they've been through quite a bit of these. This brand of Falcons started, season 10? They were around for the Claude Esmeralda Paquito.
Yeah, it's crazy too, again, where you see we currently are with a whole lot of Harith still showing here, of course. But yeah, that's the main thing, I think, again, was the question of, adapting to the new, not just the new era, but even the new meta that has evolved over the seasons.
Yeah, what I love about this graphic is that you see for majority of all of the eras in MPL Philippines, 16 seasons worth, there are at least 2 in the top 3 most picked per season that are potential EXP lane picks. Or really beefy dudes that can help hold the front line. It just goes to show the utility mindset that the Philippines has embraced for a majority of the lifespan of the league. But then if you look towards 14, 15, 16, you're starting to see the age of carries, which goes again to the point of the more carry options you have in your final lineup, the more damage you have, the better the chances that you will win.
And that's why we see so many games now where, let's say objectively you secure those turtles, or you're able to do that. But if you have certain heroes, or you just have those mechanics to win crucial team fights, even if you're down 5,000-6,000 gold, which we've seen even up to 10,000 gold deficits being turned over by team fights now, that's where we currently are. So it's funny because earlier we talked about the Brawl meta, or the Brawl era that we were in, and I feel like now, I know this is we're quoting this as the new era, right?
Yeah.
But there's shades of every era in the new era.
I mean, you have to acknowledge it. You have to respect where we came from, because you never know when someone brings something back and suddenly it's so potent. Which brings me back to Falcons draft. I think one stroke of genius, or one great pick that came out of that draft, despite the whole weird, or maybe some would say unnecessary, switch to over the hyper single funnel into the Moskov, the Arlet. I think the Arlet was one of the main parts of that lineup that was doing work.
Yeah.
So maybe keep that aspect of your draft. Again, you mentioned the utility, the crowd control. Arlet has that in spades. I don't know what the conversation was like when they suddenly said, okay, let's just put the Baksha in the jungle again, and then let's give it all to Marco. I know Marco can do it, but should he have done it?
I feel like for Falcons, as we saw that last pick, I think they were already leaning heavily into the idea that, yeah, we're going to put this Baksha in the jungle. So they tried to go for the throwaway. I actually like the interplay between the Baksha, Badang together. I think multiple times throughout that we did point out how connected it looked Ogwen and Kyle Teasy was.
A combo wombo there.
Combo wombo. But then again, with all of those four pieces outside of the Moskov, how they could have interplayed, plopping that Moskov in there. Yes, I know they picked that in the first portion of the draft, but then suddenly shifting it and saying, okay, all the focus is on that one singular pick just throws me off right now. Because in MSC, we saw that one of the reasons why Team Liquid eventually won it all is because they embraced, as you mentioned, the multiple metas that we've had.
Yeah.
Carl Teasy went Fredrin, he went Hayabusa, went Assassin Tank, and then you see surprise picks across the board. The fact that it seems like they doubled down yet again into something that we saw more of last season, even in season 14, was quite perplexing to me.
It's almost like each draft, even if you're referencing back to MSC, was a shade of a different era, that we've seen. And you look at the teams that are doing this most successfully, even the team, for example, Twisted, that has done their own little flavor onto it, has adapted really well here. And I feel like even for the fans that have been watching Team Falcons, or, they're going through this rough patch right now, it's like everybody's kind of scratching their head, like, is this a struggle with the play style that they were so used to? Remember, these guys played like 1,000+ days together, right?
And counting.
And they played a very specific way. So is it more so, instead of just the individual, changes that need to happen from the individual standpoint, is it more of like the team is together finding this new way to be flexible and adapt to this?
Joseph, you just condensed the collective train of thought and sentiments of all the Falcon guys and gals all over the world watching right now. They lost in IESF, they lost yesterday, they're one game away from losing tonight. All the questions stand.
Yeah.
And we don't have any answers.
All we can do is watch, basically, and hope.
With great pain.
With great concern.
We have some clues, though, because Coach Treb chose to go blue. Stay blue at that. Not just go blue, but stay blue.
So what is that? What would be the reasoning behind that? Is it just simply for, contesting priority again in the jungle? Maybe this time they want the YSS or the Lancelot. Is that why teams would opt for blue side if they can?
Well, with the Lancelot and YSS banned by Omega, I think Falcons PH are just gonna try to refine again. I mean, the Baksha, Arlot, Moskov, Badang, Valentina, if they're gonna stick to the Baksha and Arlot, okay, maybe they'll switch out the Moskov. Maybe then they'll also switch out the Valentina. I actually liked the Badang earlier. Badang and Baksha together, the more I see it, I feel like that's a low-key, terrifying combo you're gonna have to worry about, especially if you are an Assassin jungle.
I'd hate to be nitpicky, but I think the Valentina was a little too 300 IQ for what was needed in that moment.
Yeah. At that point, we are getting to the era of just like go unga boonga when you can, man. Like, I get it. All right, if you get the Valentina, it has Terrify. You can get the kick of the Cho. You have multiple options for peel. Perfect. What about damage?
What about damage?
Reliable damage.
Reliable damage.
Yeah.
If you have the kid, you just go, it's good. You get it.
Because with the Valentinos, there's always that window. There's always that window once you use the blast there for the Terrify. So I don't know. We'll see exactly what happens here. Of course, like we mentioned, Team Falcons will still be on that blue side. Omega over here on the red. First phase is already done. So this is the YSS and Lancelot are banned out. Is this just Baksha again? Yeah. And then, maybe we see it differently, like we were thinking earlier on, where it could still be flexed, depending on how Smart Omega handles this. But are their picks going to change? I know they can't get the Hayabusa, though.
I think Omega should switch it and go for what I was initially saying in the first game. Keep Sneaky Dean's pick in red 3.
Sneaky
Dean. No! They just straight up do it!
This is...
I don't like fanning early like this because you're throwing no caution to the wind. You're literally leaping before you look.
Ooga booga. Like Redmar mentioned.
The funny thing is there's something that Omega might have solved that teams cannot, let's say, rush pick a Cho at this point. Later on, if we still don't see an Ogwen pick, they can steal they can ban out or even steal a Kufra. Badang, Kufra are all options for the side of Omega, considering that you all see the Arlot again. Okay, they're still gonna double down the Moskov. They're gonna change their last 2 picks, but you can afford a surprise at this point if you decide to. Let's say it's a Lapu-Lapu again. Okay, last 2 picks, you have options for your own. You can go Badang, Kufra, even a Cho again for Super Yoshi. So I like that we're starting to see Fanny more, other than a Rush Blue 1 pick for the longest time. Now it's a Red 1-2 pick.
So, assuming that Omega picked something for James here, which is the Lapu-Lapu again, MVP performance, there was something taught to me by the great Neil Midnight de Guzman, one of North America's greatest treasures when it comes to MLBB esports.
Yes, sir.
You don't want to ban picks that protect your picks in the second phase because it's telling. It's obvious that you're wasting these bans to protect the investments you made in the early game. This is a lesson he taught me.
Showing your hand.
Exactly. This is a lesson he taught me in Season 7, Season 8. I wonder how true that is now. Because I feel like they have to do that. Omega have to do that to stop Falcons from picking heroes that bully the Selena. Or rather, bully the Fanny. There's
Bully
a
the
Selena
Fanny.
fan.
So, like...
Because there's still a Hilda, still a Cho out there.
Do they ban the Kufra then? Like,
still a Kufra, still a Ruby. See, there's so many heroes that just cut the Fanny's wires up mid-air.
Yeah.
Falcons did show a Ruby at one point.
Where there is light,
I just can't recall if that was yesterday or the week before. But they can honestly go roam Ruby if they really just want another option to mess up with the Fanny. But single target lockdown might be good. I think because of this Fanny swerve by Omega, it's even tougher now. Because now you might actually have to double down on the idea that we actually didn't like from game number 1, which is you put all the eggs in the Super Marco basket. Because if you go for another mid carry, then you lose a lot of the utility and crowd control that you need to mess up a Fanny in the jungle.
So effectively, Omega is giving Falcons the catch-22.
Yeah.
It's you answer the Fanny or you draft properly.
Ooh, that's tough too, considering I think...
This is sinister, Coach Snap. This is lascivious, Coach Lembot.
Oh, they even ban out the Valentina. Just because...
Wait.
Yeah.
It worked for a little bit, but...
Yeah, it would have worked potentially better now in this.
This is also telegraphing what they might pick in mid. Because they might pick a mid hero that has a solid ult that you don't want to give over.
What would that be right now? I mean...
Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa's open.
I'm kind of meh with the Farsa, with the Moskov, Arlott, and Baksha. I like the Eve a little bit more. Significantly more. The damage, the crowd control, good. That means you might be really difficult to go for a pick-off, single target pick-off roam. They didn't need to ban the Cho because the Cho, if they're going to go for something like an Eve, again, just go Badang, Hylos, Kufra are my best options right now for Omega.
So right now, do they just go with the mid lane option then? At least pick that up, or do they wait again like we saw in the previous one? So, no, Dushin was open. So used to seeing her banned out, but yeah, she's picked up. And I would assume this is going to be the tankier emblem setup that we've seen from Jushin sometimes too, where they're just there to go ahead and either peel or initiate, pop the beacon too, and this gives room for the Harith and the Fanny.
And it's still double core. You still have a solid damage source in the jungle and in gold.
Yeah, lots of flex. Now Falcons needs a carry type in the mid. Just go for the, as iffy as it is, just go for the Kimmy. You can trade the Farsa, but then with the Lapu-Lapu Fanny on board and your formation, your team fighting's not quite perfect. I don't think they can handle playing around the static mid laner. It might just actually be a Farsa. Okay, they go for the Kagura instead, and then they get the Kufra for them. At this point, this is just a Hylos or Badanga, some of the best picks that Super Yoshi can go for. If they want to go greedy, they go Jawhead, but with the Kufra on the other side, that's going to be so meh. The Hylos and Badang.
This is better for Falcons compared to game 1. At least there's 2 solid sources of early damage.
Yeah, I think
or at least damage in general. The Kagura, you know, just pops people.
Kagura's been doing pretty good lately. I feel like it struggled for a little bit for some teams, but ultimately it's done relatively well so far.
She's a Brawl era standout.
She is. And I'm happy to see it. Again, some of the changes there are some of the newer pickups for the mid lane. Now this last one still for the roam. What are they going to pick up here for Smart Omega to deal with this? Maybe
Hylos or Badang. Just one of those two. Unless they're going to go crazy like Franco, but I don't think so.
Welcome to Grog's Castle.
Especially after yesterday's performance by the Mamba.
Forget the dude's an option right now.
They're digging deep.
Yeah.
And again, this could possibly be Falcons kryptonite because yesterday, Chaknu, Joshua Mongilog, beat him twice with it.
And one of the reasons also why I like the Grok is because with what Falcons showed up with, in the back of my head I was thinking, wait, the silver lining is they could actually get to the key shrubs and bushes before Omega can get there, meaning that if Ryzen decides to fly through, it's like, oh wait, there are members of Falcons here. The Grok means you have a constant presence to just keep checking, getting into the key areas flushing it out. One of the reasons why I thought about the Badang is we saw the interplay between the Badang being able to bring up a wall and the Fanny can play alongside that. Hey, Grok can bring out a Rampart.
That's
good.
Which I would like to err on the side of caution because that also could be a Nombo.
A Nombo?
Yeah, like an anti-synergy.
That's true.
But also, it's something that the cables can catch on to.
At least you can bring it down, though.
That's right.
You know, you got a little panic button. Bring down the Rampart. So, I don't know. We'll find out. It's match point right now for Smart Omega. After an intense game 1, we'll see if Team Falcons can keep it together and get to a game 3 here. They desperately need it at this point. It's a lot better of a lineup, though. I'll agree there, and I think they should be able to go ahead and make this work again with the good damage in terms of mid and Super Marco later on. But we always have to focus on that early rotation for both of these, and honestly, that Fanny is always a threat from Ryzen if he gets that lead going.
Yeah. Ryzen can either have an amazing game or a terrible game. There's no in-between with this Fanny pick right now. So you see why Kyle TZ is taking some liberty of stopping his rotation just a little bit to mess up with Ryzen because Ogren and Few are having difficulty trading in the center of the map against the Juicin.
Ooh, an early pick here for the Little Wanderer and the punish by Smart Omega. Kyle TZ falls, Ryzen finds him. Sneaky Dean, the Barangay, first blood.
The Grok and the Fanny combo, man. We just saw it.
With a Tyrant's Revenge. In comes Few looking for the punish. Ryzen dodges it. Great cover by Yoshi.
Well, we were talking about the Rampart, and Ryzen was able to make the most out of it. Kyle TZ deciding to, again, just as I mentioned it, taking liberties with this rotation, he can be a little bit more safe with that.
Yeah.
If his mid laner and roamer are losing the middle trade. Few and Ogun were not that healthy. They just popped the Revitalize so that they can recover some of the damage that they gained just through trading and trying to clear out minion waves alone. The fact that Kyle TZ was pushing out was mistimed.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too when you think about it. The Grok plus the Jushin, you're not going to be able to do too much in the lane itself in mid, just because who are you going to be able to pick off, you know? And then Grok provides such a good base to work around for the Jushin, so, you know, you can just continue to do this as we see with the Lantern and everything else. But the fight for the Turtle, this Team Falcons is just going to go ahead and take this.
That's a blitz for Falcons. They score the first major objective. And Smart Omega, again, not sure if it's because of Falcons' placement, they missed out on their level 4s. And they're still missing out on level 4s.
Yeah, Few was also able to throw out a good yin-yang overturn as members of Omega were getting disrupted.
Finds Netsky, but Netsky pops a Purify. He's fine.
He's fine. He got the Purify. But as you were saying, you know, too, yeah, some of the level 4s were lacking, but Super Yoshi should have it just a second. They're going to rotate up top here. Ogwin gets his. So, and they'll go back to the lane here. Ryzen, I mean, that's one of the things, though. If he doesn't have the buff...
Whoa.
Solo kill.
Sneaky Dean strikes. Flap TZ came in maybe a second too late. And where did he use his final slash? Oh, Hogan. This is Super Yoshi. Yoshi with the swing there. And they're barreling on him. Gets that stun, the final slash. Uses the tech charge for immunity.
Oh, and he just stands there menacingly.
Yeah, great micro by Super Yoshi, maximizing when he would get the CC immune and even using the tech charge perfectly. So all of the crowd control that Falcons threw at him were immune.
Omega's turn. In comes James and Ryzen. They pick off the Filipino cannon. And here comes Kyle TZ and Few looking for sweet revenge. Ryzen, not going to get cornered here.
What is this damage that Ryzen already has? You know, 3-0. I knew that we'd see him get off to a good start if he could get an early kill. Now look at this. I mean, he's just basically got a couple items. He didn't even have his first yet.
Yeah, that's an HDF. That's a highly efficient Fanny. He's maximizing all of the adrenaline he gets through the cables, and he just shows up like, cable, damage, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
It's not like the Fanny like before where you can just continuously swing. But again, we were talking about it. The vision the Super Yoshi provides alongside Haji, the crowd control, sets up for Ryzen to just show up when he's needed, deal the damage, and then get out of there.
Yeah, and that's why I think, too, even for Haji picking up this Jushin, it allows him to just kind of hold down that side. It's not like he has to do too much burst or anything else. Super Yoshi's the one that's providing all this information. So it looks like the idea for Smart Omega is give up these early turtles. We don't really need to contest them. They're going to go for another kill here. They don't get it, though.
Uh-oh. Bad positioning. They're caught out, and they're forced to retreat, reposition. Now it's Super Yoshi versus 3. Hits the tech charge onto them, but now he's gonna get smothered by Falcons. Pops that rocket. Here comes the rest of the new guy. 3-man choke, left easy fools, and Ryzen finds Oakland. 2 for 1 the trade. Almost 2,000 gold up. Smart Omega.
I thought the Super Yoshi using the tech charge there was a bit of a waste, but it seems like it just bought the right amount of time. Again, that we mentioned, the strategy, get vision for Ryzen, get vision for the team, and just let the Fanny clean up. This is an evolution to the Fanny that I did not expect. I thought Fanny was dead in the water because it's like, okay, she can't do what she used to do, but now she changed. She's a little bit more precise with her entries.
Okay, James will just go ahead and zone out Team Falcons from this Tier 1 push from Netsky, so Smart Omega will get another turret under the board here. Mid lane going to be the next focus. That's the problem now, too, as we've seen it. Just keep an eye on Super Yoshi where he goes. It's so funny because the previous game, it's really been follow James or go with James, and now Super Yoshi's the one being a lot more proactive. And once it gets down to those fights, the objectives later on, because eventually Smart Omega won't be ignoring the turtles, for example. They'll be joining those fights. And the Grok has been such a good synergy with the Fanny. Even earlier on in that fight in the mid lane, just the Rampart alone gives that opportunity to still go ahead and cable on through. So I'm not sure how Team Falcons is going to go in and play against that when it comes to the objectives.
That extra wall seems to be so good for Ryzen. So easier for him. So much easier for him to dish out the combo. Oh, Flap?
That's a 3-man coalition. It's not enough. They pop Netsky from out of nowhere. Tech charge, full combo. James takes down Flap. Here comes Kyle and Ryzen jumping in. But Kyle Easy ain't gonna budge. They are too chunky. A trade for Netsky and Flap. Falcon wins that one.
Wouldn't be nice for Falcons if they had another main damage option. Omega has 2 cores. Again.
With anger. Oh, hold on,
They're not done. James finds Ogwin, bouncing ball through the wall using that Cyclone Eye. And it looks like Falcons is willing to trade this turret up top for the turtle. Ryzen stopping the shenanigans. This is delayed turtle. I think it might turn into a lord.
Yeah,
no, they're pulling it. They're pulling it.
Yeah, they're pulling it. I thought he was actually going to be able to spot Marco there, but yeah, this one they might actually go ahead and contest then. Super Yoshi's going to start it up. Taking a look at the items here real quick, Renmark.
Yep, Marco does have the lead in gold against that Harith. Harith still on the way to the Feather of Heaven. 2 items already built up for the Moskov. And Falcons give up this turtle. A little bit more resources for Omega. Netsky now able to full build his second item in the FOH.
Okay, so looking at this, knowing that now Smart Omega has a healthy lead here, 3,000 up ahead. So Marco's just, is okay, he does get back. I didn't know if he'd escape Haji there, but so he goes back. Smart Omega holds on to the lead. They've got a space advantage too. Again, Team Falcons doesn't have a single turret down, which is going to be very troublesome for them if they don't get one in the next minute and a half here. Because again, map advantage for Smart Omega is going to be great, especially with a Fanny across from them. So Team Falcons, I mean, do they just play into the Moskov? Let Super Marco continue to push the side lane most likely to hopefully open up the map at least a little bit and then join the fight with a spear.
They do have to just focus on that strategy to go for it, because clearly without the Moskov, they are lacking damage. Few can burst, but then if the burst doesn't immediately lead to a kill, you hit diminishing returns very quickly.
Sneak it in. He knows that between Few and Flap, there's not enough CC to lock him down. He's really looking to take down the tier 2 up top.
I think he put enough pressure there, honestly, if he wants to. It's up to Smart Omega. They control this portion of the game.
It's a 2-step. It's for the push down bottom. Look, Falcons are having to chase top and bottom to stop the map from bleeding.
Okay. They keep on to the tier 2s, though. At least those don't go down. But ultimately, nothing too much has happened for Team Falcons in the last minute. And I think they're just going to be in this position where it's like, we got to wait for potentially that Lord to come up and maybe win a team fight. But I'm just worried that they might be lacking.
Oh my goodness.
Charles, what was that?
That's not good. That's not good. Right before the Lord, too. You're 10 seconds away, and now you don't have that. I'm not sure what the idea is to work there, because if you know, that's a huge risk.
That gave me a migraine.
Charles David.
He even committed his flicker for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The flicker, too.
Like, that's a no. And now I will do my best to move on. Haji has built the Clock of Destiny. He now has 2 items with him. Will make him a little bit more tankier as well. Even more difficult to take down this Juicin, which again adds a little bit more fuel to the strategy that Omega has been playing very well. You just set up for Ryzen to clean things up for you. Falcons, it's gonna demand so much execution for them to make it work, so that Marco enters SOD and then you fight it out. At that point, when Super Marco enters, do you still have enough health and bodies to provide space for that Moskov? Again, you're up against a Grok, a Juicin with the Clock of Destiny quite 10 minutes in, and then a Fanny. You're gonna need to have bodies available for when Super Marco joins in.
Whoa, Ryzen dancing with death here. Kyle and a Flap there, and still decides to apply pressure. Is he that far ahead?
Yeah,
he's pretty ahead.
He is.
Yeah.
It's a 2-level gap. He's fine. That's why he can afford to do that. It's not like a hard catch. It is still quite demanding for even the Shield Unity to mess up the flow of the Fanny. He can afford to just keep doing that because they know that they can't do much to him.
In comes James and Yoshi. A flicker committed by the Super One, and it's all for that tier 2. So long lane setup already for Omega. This Lord is looking better for him.
So a lot of little steps that I feel like Smart Omega has taken in the past 2 minutes to go ahead and finally get that tier 2 in the bottom. Nearly there, tier 2 on the top. But notice, even with all this, they just haven't gone and decided, all right, let's go take the Lord or set up around here, because they can play around this advantage that they have in this composition.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate how they've been playing the map, their timings, where they're supposed to be at the right time. Now with Netsky pushing into the bot, it's Super Yoshi help covering for him, so then they swap it out. James is actually holding the middle alongside Haji, while it's Ryzen on the Fanny opening up the map, so they go for a 2-1 split. And then they can just be dynamic with it. They can send 4 members to the Lord, wait for Ryzen to push out the bottom a little bit more if the minion waves aren't quite favorable for Omega there. Or they can just do this!
Ryzen puts Few down to 1/3 of his health, pushing back the mid laner from Falcons, and I think this is the go signal for the new Barangay to try. In comes Flap, final slash, knocking him up, and there's the Zaman Force dropped in. Down goes Few, SOD. I don't think it's a good target. Oh, you shouldn't. Kyle DZ gets taken out. In comes Marco. He does press it, but the rest of the Barangay answer back. Marco gets taken down by Haji. Ryzen still standing. Flap will not fell him, and that's 4 for none, all for the Barangay.
Same sentiments, Redmore. I did not expect him to follow through the spear, but he did anyway, and they lost 4 members.
Hello, we were just talking about it. If the bodies aren't there for Marco to hold the front line for him, he should not join, he should not fight, and Falcons cannot fight. With the members of Omega being able to bring down the frontliners of Falcons very quickly, that could have just been an instant out.
Yeah.
Maybe push it the mid a little bit more, but the mid did get pushed. Maybe open up the map a little bit more in the bottom to prepare for what is an inevitable Lord push down to the bottom of the map. Him joining there was detrimental. I thought once that hit, like, okay, yeah, I can't fight here. But Ogwin decided to enter. He got a big knockup. Marco decided to join CN Poke. The moment he showed his face, Omega knew the job. Omega knew what they needed to do. And with Haji, again, we talked about the Clock of Destiny in his hands. He barely took damage there.
Man, and the reason, like, the way Ryzen survived that too, he didn't even go down.
Yeah. Ryzen's been terrific in this game. Again, his timing and decision making has been perfect in game number 2.
Oh man, this is a tough one for Team Falcons. They're going to be staring down this Lord push here. Bottom side, it's going to go charge on in. And this is a turret for Omega to take.
James coming through, pushing forth, leading up the rest of the Barangay. Dropping the Zaman Force, Netsky dancing all through. Down goes Few. Kyle DZ falls as well. Marco for the back line. Hacks. But Omega have fixated onto the base. Down goes 4. Flap DZ the only one left. Smart Omega, it's just a matter of time. That's a wipeout, a maniac for Netsky. And the Barangay takes the sweep.
Smart Omega sweeps Team Falcons. Oh man, this is a statement and a victory for the Barangay.
Omega played this perfectly. The interplay between the Grok, the Juicin, the Fanny together. How go with James, put that on the shirt. Omega, where is it? We've been saying it since last week. Netsky having the Harith, perfect. You couldn't ask for more for what Omega showed to us here this series.
And again, let's say it, man. There was some questionable decisions there in that game for sure from Team Falcons.
Not all is well in the Falcons' nest. That much is for sure. But again, these are still the best pure athletes in the game. They always will be. I just hope that the next week is enough for them to recalibrate and recover. GG, well played, Team Falcons PH.
Again, they take their bow here. Hopefully they go ahead and get some time and some rest. They definitely deserve it, and they can come back stronger in week 3. Again, it's still early here in the regular season. They still have plenty of weeks to go ahead and turn things around for Team Falcons and all their fans out there. But right now, too, this just goes to show how competitive, once again, this season is. Smart Omega it looks clean. Again, this is a version of Smart Omega maybe we haven't seen in a while, but I can't wait to hear from them on their winners interview. Let's throw it over on stage with Hans, Odin, and Smart Omega.
Now this is a way to end week 2. Once again, your winners, Smart Omega! An incredible sweep na nakita natin mula sa barangay. Coach Lembot, I want to be able to talk to you first. So I'll give this to you. Kanina kasi, noong game number 1, I was watching at the audience. Nakikita ko kayo sa player area. Nung nanalo kayo noong game number 1, you had a sigh of relief. You had, parang natanggalan ka ng tinik sa lalamunan. How does it feel to be able to win that game number 1? Ano bang motivation mo kung bakit kailangan maipanalo nyo tong larong to?
Motivation, syempre yung family. Tapos sobrang saya nung nalabas namin yung tunay na laro namin.
I like it. Nailabas na nila completely kung ano ba talaga ang bagong barangay for Season 16.
That's right. I am impressed dahil na-sweep nyo to ngayon. And pumunta muna tayo to someone na matagal na rin talaga nating nakasama, which is Haji. Haji, ang tagal na namin na nakasama ka here sa MPL, no? Ikaw rin ang isa sa tinaguriang kasama sa Brawl era. Kasama ni na JP, ni na Carl, and few. Anong masasabi mo sa legacy na meron na kayo dito sa MPL?
Legacy? Ano sabi ko dun?
Legacy na ang meron kayo.
Oh, you know what, Haji? Pwede nating ibahin ng konti. Ano ba yung pakiramdam mo? Nagbabago ba whenever you compete? Kasi ang tagal mo nang nandito eh. You've been here since like what? Season 2, Season 3. At ngayon nagko-compete ka pa rin. Nagbabago ba yung approach mo sa game? May iba ka bang kailangan na paghahanda na gawin?
Syempre nagbabago yung mindset ko. Dati kasi mindset ko, parang sarili ko lang iniisip ko eh. So ngayon, mindset ko na teamwork na talaga. Ayun. Hindi ko na iniisip yung mga stats eh.
No more about the stats. No more about the numbers, Odin.
And dito naman sa tabi ko, James. Nanalo kayo against Team Falcons with a 2-0 sweep. Do you think it's the time na pagbangon ng Smart Omega?
Para sa akin, oo. Lalo na kapag nakakita yung head coach namin.
I like it.
Para sa akin, pagbangon na namin to, lalo na pag nakakita yung head coach namin.
Ayan, yung head coach daw nila na shout out pa.
Pag shoutout. Pero James, parang ibang aura mo ngayon ha. Wala lang, napapansin ko lang ha.
Iba
Kasi
yung
ibang
ngiti niya
mo
this
ngayon.
season. Oo.
Ano bang meron sa mga kasama mo ba in general? Ano bang meron sa Smart Omega ngayon?
Masaya lang ako masaya lang ako na nakapaglaro ulit ako ngayong season.
And with that being said, Odin, I think, James, bibigay ko sa iyo yung floor para pasalamatan lahat ng barangay na mapunta ngayon at syempre yung mga nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan.
Ayun, thank you so much sa mga nag-effort na manood sa amin at sumuporta sa amin ngayong match namin. Sana wag kayong magsawang supportahan kami. At shout din sa mga nanonood dyan na hindi nakapunta dito sa venue. Thank you sa inyo lahat.
There we finally have it. Once again, your winners, Smart Omega! The barangay has claimed victorious and they will now get another win para mas lalo pang mapalago ang kanilang contestant in this season.
And you know what's impressive with Smart Omega? Every week and every day, parang pinapakita nila ang bagong barangay.
Ito na rin siguro, yung bagong lason or the poison never really left. We're about to find out more about this match with our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans Odin. And of course, once again, congratulations to Smart Omega. Yeah, James is smiling different, guys. He needs the merch. Give him the merch.
Go with James.
Go with James.
Happy James is a happy team, it seems like. We didn't get to see him smile as much last season, but now this time we're seeing him smiling. Especially when you've got a Fanny in a perfect game, 5-0 and 5. A Fanny pick that has been questioned, struggled in MSC, was reinvigorated somehow. Teams found a way to reincorporate her, and it seems like you do that through a Grok, through extra walls.
Just bring up the walls, man. Bring up the ramparts. But also that last team fight in the base when maybe we'll get a glimpse of it here in the MVP highlights. But there was so much crowd control, and like even Team Falcons felt that tectonic charge multiple times throughout this game. The Grok appeared, I feel like, a couple times it was yesterday, and now here I think we're going to see it more and more.
So that means Falcons have a 0% win rate against the Grok, at least this weekend alone.
Oh,
this has been a thorn on their side.
It's going to be nightmares.
Ooh. But one thing I can say for sure is there was nothing sneaky about what Dean Sumagi did here. Ryzen played clean. He's clean Dean now in my books. This is again, a renaissance in terms of Fanny play, because apparently you can do, I don't know, you could do these things with Fanny.
Sneaky Dean, clean Dean.
He's clean Dean.
And there's Dirty Dean.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, the positive Dirty Dean.
Yeah.
we saw the not so good Dirty Dean a while back.
Yeah, it feels like what Hans mentioned about the Lason or the Venom. It's not the Venom anymore. They're just playing clean.
Yeah.
This is textbook fundamentals that OMG are playing with that even veterans like Falcons are struggling to face.
Yeah. Old school OMG was like, whoa, that jank works? How does it work?
It's like putting duct tape on something.
Yeah, and then
it
just
works.
and it works out. It seems okay. I see the vision here for Omega this time around. No, there are just some things you really got. Like, I remember our interviews that we used to have with Coach Snap on what used to be the Infinix game Tambayan, where he would just really explain, oh no, it's because with this hero and this hero together, you get this, it works out, the good synergy. And that's exactly what we see with a Grok, Juicin, and a Fanny together in the center of the map.
It's smart tech.
Yeah, it's smart
What's
tech.
working for Omega now, and it feels like their strats and their execution is 3D printed. It's just so clean. It's just, that's simple. I didn't know you could do that. And apparently they're doing that now.
I feel like they needed this though, man. It's been a rough couple like past seasons for Smart Omega, but especially for this, like you go ahead and you just have this. It's in a way, it's like this hope for Smart Omega that they can continue to even make this better. Again, when they get wins like this, that's obviously going to have a morale effect, I feel like, on them. But I think that's the main part. We've seen a couple of different variations of their draft, but they execute it really well, like whatever they end up drafting. Now, for Team Falcons, on the other hand, I feel like, we mentioned that with this draft, it's like they have good damage from both the Kagura and the Moskov, but I guess they got kind of thrown up in the air too much. There was too much happening to try to keep up with what Smart Omega was throwing at them.
They have good damage, but they do not have great damage. Omega has great damage just through the Harith, just through your side lanes alone. Even if you cover your mid lane picks, Lapu-Lapu and Harith already provide great damage.
Yeah.
You saw there right in the end, even though Marco had a lead over the Harith, it felt like he didn't have a lead over the Harith. It felt like he didn't get to the key items before him. Yes, naturally, the Harith does just have the pure raw damage advantage against the Moskov, but the way that you cover that is you help facilitate the Moskov with damage in other parts of the map, so it isn't just the Moskov dealing the damage.
And I think that's what put Falcons in this specific position. Their decision-making suffered because of the whole paradox of, so we need to do this so that Marco can do this, and then when it's Marco's turn to make these big-ticket calls,
it doesn't happen.
No, that last fight happened where he jumped in where he shouldn't have.
it's tough to see. You know, again, Team Falcons, a team that a lot of people they're still the Titans. And hopefully they can figure something out leading into week 3. Now, before that, we're going to have to go ahead and let you guys know if you want to be featured on the next MPL Philippines Superfan of the Month, all you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive.
Share with us some great insight, maybe stuff that we wouldn't know about. As long as it's MPL-related news and updates, put it in the group for your chance to be named as the MPLPH Superfan of the Month.
You know, I would like to be a super fan, but obviously I'm here, so I guess that makes me. I think we could still be super fans.
Yeah.
You know, but if you guys want to also not only be a super fan, but you want to showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments, you can through eProject Esports for everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more.
Yeah, a lot of our professional teams, players went through the e-project, so visit the MPLPH website for more information and how to apply.
There you go. There we have it. Our first match for the last day here. Week 2 is already done. I mean, I'm surprised. I feel like Renmar is going to have to decompress a little bit too, because clearly,
don't touch me.
The gears are grinding a little bit.
Fine.
You know, the most analytical people. This is what happens. Right?
I'm scaled.
Well, maybe we have to hear the answer of what exactly it sounded like with Smart Omega winning that one. Let's have this mic check.
Game mabubuhat ko.
Nice one.
Nice one, boy.
Play time. Lord nyo lang.
Nakaimbi ka pra.
Nairuan na natin. Ay, nakaimbi ko. Buhay pa ako. Iruan natin.
Suibat na.
Ito, back siya. Walang ano, pre, gulong. Yung walang follow-up task.
Kalma. Walang player mo.
Moskab nga. Patay.
Sa kanya. Alot boy. Walang player, alot boy.
Please, tapasoy ka na.
Subak siya. Pre, back siya. Pero back siya nga.
Awin na. Ingat ah.
Di boy ako pre.
Bayatin ako. Tingin niya. Back siya. Moskab nasa likod ah. Ako harap. Saan ka Moskab?
Hero lang.
Just caught the tail end of the
Caught the tail end of that. Yeah. That was probably, at least for me, the most calm and clean comms I've heard so far.
Yeah. What I like about it is that the comms did not fully translate what was happening, because there's so much happening, but the comms are just like, you want this guy?
Baksha.
Just go back. And even then, the moment where Super Marco entered, I think it was James or someone was calling, there's going to be no follow-up here. Oh, look, the Moskov came in. Take the Moskov out.
And knowing these gentlemen, knowing them on a personal level, they're very tame. They're very disciplined versions of them when they're in-game.
Yeah. Again, congratulations to Smart Omega. This is exactly what I feel like they needed, and Team Falcons, and they're the nest out there. I know you guys are hoping the same thing. So again, share your thoughts with us online, the MPL Philippines official group, and let us know. But again, keep it positive, guys, because again, these players, they feel it too. We saw the quote on the struggles that they've had so far this week, and I don't know, maybe we'll see a little bit of a change-up. Who knows for Team Falcons going into week 3, but nonetheless, they still have that veterancy. We've talked about the eras for these players, and they can go ahead and adjust quickly on the fly, I'm sure. So, and for Smart Omega, they continue to go ahead and improve and get the wins here. So that's match 1. Like I said, for us, the We Bear Bros, it's been amazing to see. We still have another match for you guys, but before that and the break, we are going to be going to visit Wolf for another visit of the Howl.
Thank you so much, casters. At nakita natin na break ang losing streak ng Omega at the expense of giving the losing streak doon naman sa Team Falcons. At kung babalikan natin yung keys to victory kanina, ay recommended na i-watch out yung early game macro dito ng side ng Omega, dahil ito nga exactly yung napanood ko nung unang-unang laro ng Omega. That was week number 1, day 1. He was playing the Fanny as well. Si Ryzen, yung kanyang trade portfolio dito ay napakaganda. At nakatawa pakinggan, pero napakasimple lang yan. Ginamit ng Falcons ang Baksha in 2 games, and in this game number 2, nakita natin na nung inuna ng Falcons ang Turtle, ang ginawa ni Ryzen ay katulad ng ginawa niya nung week 1, day 1, which is kumuha ng farm outside of the map.
binigay nila ang first turtles doon sa side ng Falcons para makakuha ng mas magandang trade-off when it comes to the gold. At kung sabihin natin pa 100 gold lang yan or 200 gold lang every minute or every 2 minutes, kapag nag-pile up na nga, doon natin naramdaman na naging impactful to para doon sa Fanny at pati na rin sa ibang mga members ng side ng Omega. Katulad ng Harith na bigla na lang din malakas pagdating ng third turtle. At yan ang ating second point. The third turtle sometimes is more important than the early turtles kapag ang kalaban mo ay team na pang late game pa. Katulad ng isang Moskov. Dahil pagdating ng third turtle, magkakaroon kayo ng malaking power spike. Kung nakapag-farm ang isang Fanny at yung Harith na standard lang din ng farm, makakuha sila ng pakonti-konti kills all over. Add that all up at hindi makakahinga ang mga kalaban mo. That's exactly what happened with Team Falcons, and unfortunately, they will end this week with a loss. Para naman sa Omega, napakagandang pagkaka-recover mula sa kanila, and let's watch out for more from them. But that has been the first series. Ang susunod nating matutunghayan, it's gonna be TLPH na may losing streak din. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi sila. At Twisted Minds naman na hindi akalain ng lahat pero sila ang nasa top. Can they continue the magic? Can they continue this winning streak? Abangan natin yan. Huwag po kayong alis. Magbabalik ang MPL PH Season 16.
GG bro! Don't worry, the Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Baby, I'm not going home with ya.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Two phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Home with y'all.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Two phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Home with y'all. abutan dito!
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Two phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds! Home with y'all. Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Two phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds! Home with y'all.
Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Two phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Home with y'all.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Two phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with y'all. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Home with y'all. abutan dito!
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich look Let's go, Twisted Minds! Baby, I'm not going home with ya. Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich Let's go, Twisted Minds! Baby, I'm not going home with ya.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Baby, I'm not going home with ya.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys want a picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Baby, I'm not going home with ya.
GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Phone calls I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Two phone calls I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Home with ya.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Phone calls I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Two phone calls I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Home with ya. abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds! Home with ya. Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platforms, sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Phone calls, I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds. Good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Phone calls, I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds! Home with ya.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Baby, I'm not going home with ya.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Fully cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Fully cause I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds. Baby, I'm not going home with ya. Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Forward cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on, take my body in glitter. Platform sneakers, all the boys wanna picture. Forward cause I make rich look richer. Save your breath, baby, I'm not going home with ya. Mini skirt on.
Message ko sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa atin pareho. Good game lang.
Forward cause I make rich. Let's go, Twisted Minds! Baby, I'm not going home with ya. Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampas...
Lakas ng Pinas, malakas Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners, but with pressure like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Lakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back, everybody, after the break there. We hope you had plenty of time to go ahead and hydrate because this one is a heated matchup. It's still us. It's the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Nice to Leo, and Renmar. How we doing, boys?
Hold up. Yeah, what's up?
Wait, dude, where's your coat?
Well, do we need coats? I mean, it's liquid, it's twisted. Coming up next, at some point, we're going to be taking off our jackets, so I preemptively did it because this match is going to be hot.
He just wanted to show off his gains, Leo.
His guns.
His guns.
No, that's not it. Real quick. No. Real quick.
Hey, again, if you missed the last matchup, ladies and gentlemen, Omega brings Falcon down in a dominating sweep. Yes, if you have to read that twice, that's fine. Read it twice. Smart Omega took down the Titans of the Teen Titans. I was going to say the Teen Titans.
They're not teens anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, some of them are, but...
Team Falcons, they brought them down.
It was an amazing series. Again, Smart Omega are going back to their roots of fundamentally clean, smart tech in the Land of Dawn. And it's clear that not all is well in the camp of Team Falcons.
Yeah, I am not mad, just disappointed.
Sounds like a true parent, right? Anyway, we also want to go ahead and everybody let you know you can level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries.
Last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. This month, we've raised the amount for you to potentially win, get this, 50,000 diamonds.
Yeah, so Make sure you download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI. I use the app. It's a great way to track my points.
It's how I pay for too. It's how I pay for my mortgage.
Oh,
It's
really?
I wish we all had a mortgage. Thank you. Thank you, Leo.
This is too much for a 22-year-old.
I feel like I'm falling behind. Yeah, you're 22. You know, I'm 41.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, you want these moments to last, and how often do you get to interact with your favorite athletes? Snap a photo with any MPLPH player during specific moments while inside the MPL arena for a chance to win diamonds.
Yeah, all you gotta do is make sure that you use this graphic as your shot list, and once you snap the photo, post it on your profile with the required hashtags, and you have until, remember, September 8th to submit your snaps. Please use the hashtags. That's how you qualify for this when you post it, and the announcement of winners will also be on September 11th.
Yeah, don't forget the hashtags, guys. That's how we go ahead and keep an eye out. Don't forget also to keep it on public, by the way. You got to make sure that, you know, we can all see it. Hey, something's different here.
What?
Oh, no, I think our... Yeah, no, something's missing. Yeah, I did.
He lost weight.
Actually, I did.
This is also same, but different. If you guys want to come watch with us here in the MPL Philippines Arena, you can all buy tickets right now if you head on over to the official website, mplph.com, and there's a slash there, and afford tickets to go ahead and grab a ticket now, because some of the matches are selling out fast. And I'm still surprised we have this many people in the MPL Philippines Arena, given the weather conditions.
Yes.
Because if it was me, I'd have to swim here, guys. Probably in the past couple days.
Oh man, I don't know how we've come to this. One of the most must-watch matches in Season 16, and just 2 weeks in is Team Liquid Philippines, the defending champions of the league, going up against Twisted Minds. A majority of this lineup made up of MDL Season 5 champions.
Yeah, this match has me wet with perspiration and the excitement I have for it.
Same. You know? Yeah, get him that tissue.
Thank you very much.
There it is. That's called teamwork right there. But yes, these are the MPL champions versus the MDL champions who were acquired by Twisted Minds. This can basically be considered one of the biggest tests for Twisted Minds. The MDL rookies going against TLPH, because they've already shocked a lot of us, honestly, coming into this. I didn't even think we would be saying this early in the first half, saying one of the biggest matchups that we have here for MPL Philippines is Twisted Minds versus TLPH.
You know what? In the absence of Brigida, one might say I'm the Liquid Girly.
Yes.
You're the real Liquid Girly, but I'm a big fan of the Cavalry. But now that we've seen what Twisted Minds is capable of with no signs of slowing down, I'm sweating for the defending champions. I'm wondering what's gonna happen? Again, this is a best of 3 for the first time in Season 16.
Yeah. We are not overreacting here. It's not just the talents. Going into day number 3, I looked online, saw the beat of the community, and there's a lot of people saying Twisted Minds are actually the favorites heading into the series.
It's real.
It's real. The hype that Twisted Minds has gathered because of just how freaking good they are at MLBB is solidified by the community online.
And speaking of our community, we want to ask you guys what you guys think. What is your favorite meta right now? We spent some time talking about this in the previous matchup, and we will be talking about this as it develops. Is it A, fundamental meta, B, Ube, C, Echo Express, or D, utility jungle era? Let's just throw D out of there, because I'm not sure how many people are actually going to say they enjoyed it. Did you?
Joseph, I take this personally. That is my favorite meta. It was a meta that defined a good year or two in MLBB esports, and I'll tell you now, casting has grown, the pacing of the game, because of the jungle, utility jungle era.
Now that you added the last little segment there, I can see it.
Yeah?
I can see it. I still wouldn't vote for D, though.
I think...
What would you vote for?
I would definitely go for C, Echo Express.
I'm like a tie between B and C because of how influential it was to where we are now. Because the Ube Express birthed the Echo, Echo Express.
And you know what's cool is today we still see versions of all of those. And that's why I'm always so happy, you know, talking about the current meta that we have, how it's developed, and we get iterations of everything we've seen. So before that, let's go ahead and welcome out the teams to the stage for our matchup.
Can the defending champions recover and give the Minds their first loss? It's Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb, Team Liquid Philippines! In their way is a team that it stands undefeated so far. Lansu, Sean, Kaloy, Nosha, and MP the King, Twisted Minds! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches for the two teams, Coach RC and Coach Eson. MPL Arena, you know what it is. Make some noise!
Here we go, the drums are out, and as the Liquid Girly, as you explained yourself, Leo, take us through the lineup here.
You know what, let me rephrase. As a loyal member of the cavalry,
there it is.
People often ask, where is Liquid? Or when is Liquid playing? No one's asking, how is Liquid? And here, going into this matchup, I'd say they're not out of the woods just quite yet. Sure, they've started to go back to their winning ways, but it's clear that they don't have a grasp on the metagame as much as they have in MSC. In MSC, they were unstoppable. Now I'm wondering what's bothering Coach RC. What is in the minds of our defending champions?
Speaking of the minds, let's go ahead and twist it a little bit further as we take a look at the lineup here for Twisted Minds.
In the minds of this team is one thing: victory.
Yes, sir.
And you just see it in the confidence of how they play, how Kaloy, Lansu, Sean, and Nosha have fit into this league alongside the very experienced MP the King, and told the rest of the world, hey, kind of looks like we've been here for what? 15, 16 seasons now too.
Yep.
These young men have turned into superstars in a span of 2 weeks.
This is insane. I mean, look at the first blood stat alone. Look at all the stats for Twisted Minds. Again, that's what a lossless record is going to do for you, an undefeated record is going to do for you. They are just doing so much. Plus, the hero pool is pretty impressive. I mean, even for TLPH, they've brought out one more than Twisted Minds, but I feel like even in seasons past, when Twisted Minds came to the forefront here, we always looked at them as the team to go ahead and test the bounds of the draft, test the bounds of the meta, and so far they've been able to do that and make things work, and I think that's what the beauty is.
It's the perfect storm. You give Coach Eson and Coach Bonchan tabula rasa, just 4 rookies who have infinite mechanics and game IQ, not to mention a connection, and then you put MP the King in the middle of that masterpiece, and you've got a magnum opus in the works.
You've got that, and it's proved to work really well for them now. Again, after this, we're going to continue to see it, because this could be a huge thing for Twisted Minds moving forward if they're able to get the win here. But before that, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our smart ping test to see how our players prepare for the match.
Ingat pre mga yan pre undefeated. Basta pre, wag lang natin maliitin. Wag natin maliitin ang mga to pre, MPL Chops to pre. Focusan lang, focusan.
Hello guys! Ready na ba yung mic check natin dyan guys? Papasok na dito yung buong pamilya ko guys. Kasi it's TLPH time na guys ang pinakabangan na. Motivation lang pre. Feel ko kaya naman manalo kasi manonood yung buong motivation guys. Hello? Ay, naka-checkpoint pala ako guys. Sorry, di ako masyado nagsasalita. Naka-focus kasi ako ngayon Baka kasi bugbugin ako ni Oeb May trauma pa ako kay Oeb kasi nung sibol kinawawa niya ako Kaya di talaga natin siyang focusan guys. Hindi biro ang Idol Oeb natin. Idol Oeb, kung maririnig mo man ito mamaya, sana pagbigyan mo ako kahit lang. 1 win. Masaya na ako sa 1 win. Makaisa lang. Guys, si Oeb ang sinasamba ko guys. Posisyon, walang sinasamba ako, si Oeb sinasamba ko. Kasi isa siyang real GOAT. MSC champ, BPI rich guy. Marami siyang pera. Sana patawarin ka ng Panginoong may kapal, Oeb. Kasi sobrang tayo mo ng pera, Oeb. Bigay mo na sa amin yung laro na to. Shoutout sa panonood guys. Medyo dumadami na yung guys. Lalo na sa pamilya ko guys, buong bloodline ko papunta Sasayangin ko yung oras nyo, di ko kayo bibigyan ng magandang laban. Gusto ko uuwi na kayo agad, tapos bad trip kayo sa akin kasi talo na kami. Itutuloy ko na yung theory ko guys, tapos na ang August mamayang gabi. Sa mga nakasurvive ngayong buwan guys, maraming salamat sa inyo guys kasi salt air ngayon guys kung alam niyo yan guys. Salt air with a rose on your door. I never needed anything more.
We might as well have called that nausea pink test. Yeah. Because that's all about Oheb was there for like a couple seconds.
That felt like a live stream. I thought for a moment you get a ding, the notification you get.
For a guy who says he's locked in and doesn't have much to say,
yeah,
Nosha had a lot to say.
He does. I feel like we've seen him now a couple of times through our smart ping tests. Again, he seems to be one of the more like vocal ones, I guess, when he's got the camera on him. Even in some of the interviews that we've seen with him. So that's how they prepare. But I think again, keeping up that maybe it's the secret to the sauce here for Twisted Minds, like that light-hearted attitude, like reaching up against some of these most difficult opponents, gets them the win.
And I think this is a product of their school of hard knocks approach to MLBB. They know how difficult it is to come up as an amateur player, because they grinded their way to this spot now, and everything that comes their way is just easy peasy.
Right now, this is coming our way. It's going to be the Howl once again with Wolf to go ahead and take us through the Infinix keys to victory.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's Twisted Minds going up against TLPH. At ang huling pagkikita ng dalawang teams na to, sobrang one-sided para sa mainit na Team Liquid PH no Cebol qualifiers. Kaya nga lang, baliktad na ang sitwasyon ngayon. Ang mainit sa ating liga is Twisted Minds, ang ating mga rookies. At para manalo sila sa series na to kontra sa TLPH, all they have to do is to deny the Granger. Naalala natin nung last time na nakita sila, yung Granger yung pinamalaking problema. At hindi lang to basta sa pag-ban o kaya pag counter pick or pag deny pick, pwede na rin nilang gawin dito ay talagang i-counter yung hero na yon. Dahil kung maalala natin na malaking problema si Oheb sa Twisted Minds with that Granger. And also, kailangan nilang i-twist yung ating laban gamit ang rotations at hindi yung draft. Ang ibig sabihin nito ay wag sila masyadong mag-overthink sa kanilang mga draft choices at mukhang hindi naman nila ginagawa yon. Hindi nila kailangan ng lason picks laban sa TLPH. Ang kailangan nila ay paglason with their rotations na nakita natin ay effective in their past series. Para naman sa TLPH, they have to watch out for the level 2 power spike ng Twisted Minds. And although this is really funny to hear, talagang meron silang kakaibang power spike kapag level 2 sila, nag-group up sila as 4 around the Little Wanderer area at dun sila nakakuha ng malaking win in the early stages of the game. For TLPH, they also have to win the first turtle dahil ito na yung pinaka-importanting objective. To be fair, TLPH has been known as a team na talagang napakalakas sa first turtle fights at makikita din natin to later on for sure na ifo-focus ng TLPH. They just have to control it at dito na magugulo yung laro ng Twisted Minds. Kaabang-abang ang bakbakan na to. So, punta na tayo dito sa draft. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf. And that's once again the Howl there at Infinix Keys to Victory. Renmar, I got to ask you, so is this just very specific to TLPH where it's, in this specific matchup, like the first hurdle, is that important that they really should focus on it?
Yeah, it seems like the common theme is you're really going to have to respect what Twisted Mind brings to the table in terms of their aggression and their rotations. So we've already heard from Coach Bonchan throughout the multiple eras of our league how he puts a lot of importance in the first and second turtle fights, not just within that little bubble, but how the side laners are moving around the first and second turtle. So it really goes to show just how much Twisted Minds have honed in on that importance, how they've gotten success through that, and why Team Liquid needs to respect it.
That level 2 power spike as well seems to be the case for a lot of the teams that we're seeing here, but also here specifically, I felt TLPH can do that themselves, but also Twisted Minds in their games leading up to this point, they've showed us a lot of this situation where they can get the start going really early on and then lean in on that. And so that's twist the rotations, not the draft here, but I feel like they do both, honestly.
And that's what's scary about this team, the new hotness in Season 16. The fact that you don't even see it coming when they're about to pull the plot twist on you. They could be drafting a normal lineup and then suddenly they pull something from out of nowhere that even the most popular streamers and content creators haven't even shared just yet. That's how lethal a team that takes the game as lighthearted yet as seriously as Twisted Minds does.
Like this, as you were explaining that lightheartedness, you see them trying to, Oheb and Nasha here, trying to connect the burger or the heart. But looking at their stats across them too, I feel like, again, Nasha has shined the most because of just the games that Twisted Minds has have. But we see this where I feel like some teams really play into their gold laners, and others are able to go ahead and capitalize on that portion of the game where it allows the gold laners to get online at their own pace.
Ain't that the hot button topic in the past week?
Yeah.
Who are the best gold laners and what are their attributes? We now know, given the multiple international titles that Oheb was won and the multiple MPL titles he has under his belt, where does Nosha fall under that? Like, what kind of gold laner is this young man?
Yeah, and that'll be determined over time. So far, it's been someone who is not afraid to take the reins of the moment. The moment when you need the gold laner to make a play, the play to turn the game around, he will take it. The last time we really got to see a player like that shine under Coach Bonchan was in Season 7 when he got a young gold laner by the name of Oheb in Blacklist International. So the fact that Twisted Minds, what I love about hearing from their answers in interviews, they always put a lot of that importance of reminding each other what their roles are and reminding each other to check your head, be level-headed, don't get too hyped. Their interviews always go around that theme in terms of what Coach Bonchan and Coach Eson teach these young men. And then if a majority of you are 3 dudes making their MPL debut, one hungry to make a name for himself again, this time a much better name in Lansu, the fact that they're so open to that is just very telling of where this team could potentially head towards.
And it's refreshing.
Yeah.
It's nice that a team that, again, did not really have to prove themselves are checking everyone and saying, look, this is how we play.
Yeah.
And we're in the lead. We have a streak. You're the champions. Do something about it.
This is my biggest twist so far here for Season 16 was seeing how good they've been. And you can see it. Like, even when you get the little bit of camera works for Twisted Minds, like, you can tell that they are, having some fun with it. But also, when it comes time to the game, they're really locked in here. So, jumping into the draft for Game 1 in this best of 3 between TLPH and Twisted. We got TLPH on that blue side, and you saw they've got a 25% win rate right now on the blue side. Still going with that way, and Twisted over here on the red. The bans are done for the first phase. The YSS is open.
Let's see if Team Liquid will be locking that right away. They go for the Jushin instead. It's a priority for Sanji. They're willing to give one of the MP the King's most successful picks so far this season in the YSS. Undefeated, 2-0 is his record. So Twisted Minds will most likely be getting that and then getting a strong presence that could potentially help hold the front line. Maybe a Roam EXP Flex as one of their first 2 picks.
Okay. Roam XP. Again, it's funny because even do they pick up their mid laner too here, or do they just wait for the red 3?
Well, there's a Roam EXP Flex, maybe a Harith also to pair alongside with it. No, they go for the Kimmy instead. So these are 2 heroes who actually have, as we mentioned earlier, a strong level 2. Once they both have that, it's difficult to trade with them against the center of the map. So Liquid look for stability in the EXP, stability in the mid, and stability in the jungle. Liquid's being a little bit more conservative here, while Twisted Minds with one of their best picks for Lansu. Actually, this Uranus gets respect banned by teams this season. They end up picking it up.
That's an MVP performance, Uranus. So Liquid knows what they're walking into by not banning it and by Lansu picking it this early in the draft. Oh, we have in our presence here the ladies of Team Liquid who competed at MWI.
Oh, they're here.
Yeah. I missed it. I missed it on the screen.
It's good to see them back in the arena.
They made it.
Yeah, and they actually spent a lot of time last season also coming to MPLPH to watch live, so it's good to see the ladies here as well.
Yeah, good to see everybody here that made it out, of course, again, for our final day for week 2 here. Last couple bands coming out. There goes the Granger, the Gatakacha. Again, gold lane for Oheb. What are we thinking in his hands? The Mozkov still up unless Twisted Minds takes it. Or is willing to go for the trade.
Okay, they get the Moskov because most likely Twisted Minds will end up with a Joy in the jungle. Liquid get the Harith away from the hands of Nosha. But Nosha, I think at this point, is building a name for himself as a Moskov in the gold lane. They bring back an old favorite in the chip. So now you're going to think twice about picking a Joy in this scenario.
That's a Daddy JP special right there. He's re-debuting.
Yeah, re-debuting it. This is looking like shades of the utility meta we were just talking about with our community poll here. Now, last pick, they still need a XP. No, they still need a jungle.
That's right.
Joy, man.
Don't knock the fact that maybe the Uranus is the jungle.
Right.
All right,
Well,
never mind.
I was there with you, Leo. You know.
Yep. I wouldn't say it's the first time because we've seen James Banks of AP Brent try, but here we are. This is a much sounder pick in the jungle. The joy in the hands of MP the King.
Yeah. So Team Liquid Philippines, I think they're looking at this from a very 5-man, at the same time macro focus, to see if they can overwhelm the young men of Twisted Minds through that. And at the same time, because of the draft that they have, one of the main proponents as to why Twisted Minds do so well, MP the King, now he can't just do what he's done for majority of the season so far, which is let me just do what I want whenever I want, because I can count on the rest of Twisted Minds to be okay with me. And the stats show it, the early to mid-game potential, the survival potential, and crowd control favor Team Liquid so much that the overall score in the lineup is almost double that of Twisted Minds, which goes to show how demanding the Twisted Minds draft is for game number 1.
Well, here we go. Before we jump into the Land of Dawn, you guys can let us know in the chat which team you think is going to grab Game 1 based off the draft here. Will it be Team Liquid Philippines or will it be Twisted Minds to surprise everybody a little bit further here? It's our last match for Week 2. We're jumping in to find out. Now, leading into the early rotations, one of the discussions that we had too earlier on about Twisted Minds was Sean's performance. The discussion of putting him up there with the S-tier mages. And I think he's done a relatively good job, but even this is a test now for him to go against, toe-to-toe with Sanji here.
Oh, Daddy JP tried to bother MP, but he wasn't having any of it, crossing the jungle a little too soon, and they're still going for the counter invade. Here comes Carl TZ to answer back. This is a big fight waiting to happen. Sanji forced the flicker out. That was almost a 4-man collision.
Yeah, it looked like Sanji was having difficulty getting that last proc up onto Sean and MP the King. That's why he ended up there. He tried to lift them up into the air and reposition them, but it just took too long. Hence why he had to burn that flicker out. And so that's one of the level 2 power spikes we're talking about with Twisted Minds at the center of the map. Once they hit those level 2s and MP the King gets his first buff, they usually go for a jungle invade.
Yeah, so the power spike difference here between okay, he burned the flicker. So
he's got a sucker punch on the way out.
I was gonna say he's just like throws the spear, and but yeah, the power spikes for both these lineups are a little bit on a different timing, I'd say, aren't they, Renmar?
Yeah. The thing with the Team Liquid Philippines power spike now, though, is that if they can get an early kill, that's why they're so aggressive right now. Their power spike is going to feel so fast if they win Turtle 1 alongside getting an early kill. While for Twisted Minds, you know it's going to be there. They're playing around a Joy, a Kimmy, and a Moskov. It will arrive. It's not a question of when, but how.
Oh, Lansu almost gets punished, but not enough of CC. Now in comes MP the King. The damage is good. Lansu putting on stacks. That's the Appraiser's Wrath, taking MP the King down a quarter of his health. Not sure if he's healthy enough to go for this turtle as TLPH circle around the pit.
Yeah, they got the ultimate out too, so MP is he gonna fight for this?
Traction pull starting it up. Sean dropping the artillery. Carl executes with a retribution. Sanford backing off. Lansu takes him down. First blood over to Twisted Minds. Down goes Sean. JP punches him into the ground, but they're not done. They're trying to take down the GOAT, but he won't fall, not without a trade. Down goes one. Another might fall. Sanji punishes Kaloy as he gets taken down. Lansu, the only one left from Twisted Minds in the scene. Happy with what they got. Liquid scores.
Yeah, they were pretty sure they would have been significantly happier if Carl TZ didn't fall there, but the fact that they got significantly more kills over Twisted Minds, well, they're going to be definitely happy with that. First turtle, MP the King spots JP.
MP wants to take down JP. Sanji disincentivizes him. Nosha throws out the SOD. Not going to be pressing that button just yet.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because in that last fight that Twisted Minds decided to go for, even when Sean decided to swing on around, JP and Carl, well actually JP and Sanford did a great job at just kind of blocking things, and that's what they're going to have to be able to do, and that's why the Lapu Lapu once again works so well. Lansu can do the same thing for his team. They're going for those setup potentials, and this is also the same thing, whereas like if MP the King isn't able to go ahead and pump out enough damage on this Joy, which should work synergistically with a Kimmy, we've seen this actually before, then they can play into Nasha. Now Nasha, as long as he doesn't get focused on, which I expect TLPH to do now as JP is setting up, they'll continue to put pressure up here because they know how that Moskov timing is going to work for this game here.
Team Liquid Philippines, you really need to acknowledge the Uranus-shaped elephant in the room, which is, well, Lansu. As much as you want to apply pressure onto Nasha, again, that power spike will arrive. But if you do not answer this Uranus early on, if he goes into minute 10, 3-0, 4-0, that Uranus can hold on and you'll be surprised. Wait, how come they're surviving so long despite us barely receiving any damage? Because you didn't get to answer the Uranus in the early to mid game.
Oh, here they go.
Lansu looking to sandwich TLPH. He gets caught by 3. The choke here by Sanji. Sean raining down the damage. Sanford pressing the bravest fighter. Kaloy answers back with the greatest glorious pathway. And now the SOD thrown out. Not sure if Nosha wants to press this. And look at that massive CC. Lansu takes down JP. He's not done. Wants to take down Sanji too. But Carl Deasy falls. All of Twisted Minds are here. And they're going for the turtle. They do leave Oheb free to farm.
Just like Redmar said, if Lansu is not controlled, they're going to have to deal with that. Now he's sitting at 4-0.
Yeah, it also makes sense though. Twisted Minds had the 5 versus 4 advantage. Oheb could not have joined that. If he did, I would have been just as mad as when Super Marco used his SOD earlier. If he came with an invade with the rest of Twisted Minds. Sanford got the orange buff though.
All right. Misplaced, but not stolen.
Yeah. Okay, so the map still opens up for Team Liquid, and that means Oheb is free to farm, as Twisted Minds puts a lot of focus into the second turtle of the game. Expect them to be very aggressive to take control of the third and then translate that into a push into the middle turret, or just an even bigger lead so that they don't even lose footing for the First Lord. That has been a Coach Bonchan and Coach Eson staple for all these years in MPLPH.
Oh, they want to fight again here, it looks like.
Whoa. How often does it happen that it's MP the King, the Joy, who starts it up, gets choked up by Sanji, takes him down, the Summon Force used to keep Kaloy down. Here comes Lansu, not might be the best entry. Definitely a Liquid win.
Yeah, I don't think that's, I guess the timing, you know, MP the King jumping on
done with him. Goes in for the Crimson Beacon, not enough stacks to choke Lansu out. Twisted Minds put in defensive position.
Yeah, I just want to say this is what we were talking about earlier. Because of the lineup that Team Liquid Philippines fielded, the MP the King standard so far this season of, okay, let me just go and do whatever I want because I have backup with me. It's so much riskier now as a Joy. You slip up, that was like what? Maybe 2 squares worth of distance in like MLBB math, and he got punished that easily?
Units.
MLBB geometry.
Yes.
You know, and they're going to hold it down in the mid lane. This next turtle's coming up in about 30, but yeah, so far it's more so of that timing that Twisted Minds has to be careful of when they approach the fights, because TLPH, what we've seen them do in the past is even if they have a little bit of struggles or a little bit of a bumpy road in the early game, they're one of the teams that just adjusts so quickly within the game itself. And even so, they put pressure on the macro level here, so MP will go ahead and clear this out. He'll rotate in. I'm not sure. He'll grab the purple buff, but then this is where that fight for that turtle is going to come up here, and depends how they want to play it out.
The MPL Cambodia alumni and champion sensed something was fishy. He knew that Daddy JP was hanging around the corner. Walk sends over the MPL PH veteran down bottom, JP with a conceal, looking for an angle. Kaloy dropping the glorious pathway. Turtle here at about 10 health gets taken down by Carl D's retribution. 2-1 to score for that. And now Sean displaced by Sanford. Lansu gets choked out, taken down. Daddy JP punches him into the ground.
So this is what we were talking about. 5-man macro, micro play by Team Liquid Philippines, and the veterancy is what's coming through. Despite how technically and mechanically sound you are, Twisted Minds, those little tricks up the sleeve of Team Liquid Philippines, especially the timing of Sanford to push Sean all the way back, messed up the timing of Twisted Minds' team fight.
That's exactly what I had my eyes on too. Sanford did a great job of doing that, but then even if they went for that fight, TLPH, it's so sound, the way that they're approaching the objectives, the way that their positioning is, and it's kind of hard for Twisted Minds in a way to adjust to that.
And Twisted Minds have to stretch and put themselves in weird positions to even answer for the possibility of JP's entrance. Now Lansu here, once again, threatened to get choked by Sanji. What Lansu is doing is criminal, trying to isolate 2 to 3 dudes alone. But what Liquid is potentially throwing over is much scarier. And Sanji is telegraphing that, building that second item, Sky Piercer.
Kaloy, he's tanky enough to deal with this. They're just trying to keep this tier 2 up. They force a fight here. They clear out the minion, but the rest of the team is here.
Here comes the rest of the cavalry. JP as Kaloy is forced to use the glorious pathway defensively. Oheb pushing in. That tier 2 down bottom. Sean gets taken down by Sanji. A stack over to the Chef's Piercer.
Look at how Team Liquid Philippines are taking every team fight. Again, this is just the veterancy. I like how Oheb and JP thought twice about joining the rest of the fight. When the SOT hit from Nosha, they waited. And when they saw that, okay, it would be too risky for Nosha to take it, that's when they decided to go forward. Carl Tizzy on the Swiss Army Fredrin has been the actual true roamer in this lineup, and he's zoning out and holding the front incredibly well for Liquid.
Oh, they're not letting Lansu go. Zaman forced in by Oheb. That's a lot of damage. Appraiser's Wrath to take him down. Sanji served up another kill. Another stack.
The answer to this Uranus seems to be a whole lot of crowd control, and also Sanji bringing him back every time he tries to escape.
Yep. And you gotta add to that the itemization of JP and Carl Tizzy. They both rushed Radiant Armors because they knew MP the King and Sean would be their biggest problems at this point in the game. But then Carl Tizzy decided to rush the Blade Armor after that. So even at this point, Nosha can barely poke down Carl Tizzy.
MP the King almost gets brought underneath the Appraiser's Wrath, and they're not done. Kaloy might be forced to use the Revitalize, does pop it. Glorious Pathway as well. Lancer putting stacks on Sanford. And look at the front line, Zaman forced by Oheb. Kill one, finds another. Lansu, he already knows how painful this lineup is. Gets taunted back. So goes back from the back lines. And now here comes Nosha. MP dashing on through. That's a lot of damage from the Joy. Down goes JP. Sean gets taken out. And Nosha gets popped by 40. Lansu follows up. Liquid ain't playing.
What a fight! The push and pull, the turnaround. Carl Tizzy was able to get the Appraiser's Wrath off in time, and then Sanford conserving his flicker so that he can close the gap between him and Nosha. I thought Twisted Minds would eventually win that, but Liquid were ready.
40 has no breaks. Bravest fighter on the MP the King to push him from out of defensive range. Kaloy gets taken down underneath the base.
That was in between it all. The base turrets. And TLPH isn't letting up. The Lord will be worked on. It's going to be cleared out. But now the mid wave. Sanford takes a couple shots and he'll swoop on out. But they want to go for this mid turn, and Twisted Minds, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to end the game here for TLPH, but it looks like they got what they wanted.
Carl Tizzy and JP continue to impress me this season with their performances. This is another highlight on the chip in the Fredrin. Carl Tizzy and JP, their interplay of, okay, I'm going to go forward, make sure that you're peeling for the back. So many times we've talked about the share of responsibilities between the EXP laner and Roam, but look how they juggled that. JP fell down here, but then Carl Tizzy eventually switched up so quick into, all right, let me be the guy protecting Oheb and Sanji, and let Sanford be the guy fronting now.
I'm really interested to know, the comms in some of these later fights, just because of how good it's juggled around. You can see how defensive they're built too, and why it's working.
Perfect itemization. You have all three frontliners going for Radiant Armor, Blade Armor as their priorities and defensive items. And that's exactly what you need to shut down the damage profile of the Joy and the Kimmy for the Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor for the Moskov.
It's working so well, the itemization here. Now they got 9,000 gold ahead of Twisted Minds. So now they're looking to cap out a couple more base turrets if they can, even before the next objective, but Twisted Minds will clear things out.
Oh, Sansan is cutting it very close. It's just the two of them. It's just the two of them here, and still they're that confident that they're not going to get caught.
Yeah, they still have to be careful though. This is one of the Team Liquid Philippines sicknesses. You're going for the siege, suddenly you get wiped.
Oh, let's see. A couple hits on this. They'll drop the Zombie Force just to get the turret. Discipline route, they'll back off. I don't think Twisted Minds wants to force anything with this, but Sanji's just going to keep toying with them with a lantern here.
Oh, ouch. Does get a few beads on Lansu, cuts him in half. Lord's going to spawn in the lower quarter. I think this is what Liquid is setting up. They're giving Twisted something to think about.
Yeah, despite Lansu starting 4-0, and that really cut it close to Team Liquid Philippines, giving winning conditions to Twisted Minds, they were able to recover quickly and put a lot of pressure onto that Uranus. Let's see if Nosha's going to try to throw an SOD to steal. They're not even going to try it. They're just going to wait as Carl Tizzy and Team Liquid will be marching with the Lord.
That's effectively what Sanji was avoiding. You see how he put himself right around the purple buff?
Yep.
Because he's trying to catch stray bullets.
Yeah.
Impressive.
He basically can too.
It's happened too often.
Yeah, it's happened many times. So they're going to go ahead and get ready to march in with this Lord. They still have that one base turret to get through for Twisted Minds, and this will be a difficult defense to pull off. This definitely is in tune of a game-winning push. There's the conceal though. TLPH in the base.
Daddy JP's got a flicker. Watch out for where he places that shortcut. Nosha backing off. The Glorious Pathway used defensively to stop the entry. Empty the King takes down. Gets taken down one and Lansu falls. Oheb even without the Salmon Force. Nosha falls. Kaloi might follow up a shortcut just to make sure. TLPH stampede through. Slowly but surely taking game one.
And you can hear it there. TLPH, an express of their own. The Stampede takes game one.
Twisted Minds may have been impressive so far this season, and this is not the first time they got stomped like this, but it feels different because this one was liquid coded. Twisted Minds are going into this with a streak, who are known streak breakers.
Yep.
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, man. It's Twisted Minds was doing so good up until they weren't. And again, this is TLPH playing this lineup that I don't know if we've seen this combination, this specific combination yet from of a team from TLPH with this utility, because this was a utility overload that worked out really well. This wasn't a debut for Chips, right? Like, we've seen Chip one other time, I think maybe one time. But again, it worked so well with Carl Teasy here, our game MVP for game one. Making that Fredrin work so well with this Chip.
I feel like this is the second time this season that I wish you could actually have like dual MVPs, because Carl Teasy and JP played this perfectly. Carl Teasy would not have shined as much if JP didn't do his job properly, and vice versa.
And Twisted Minds wouldn't have had such a difficult time if not for how JP folded the map in half.
Yeah, because of the macro pressure applied by Chip, again, the demand here for this Fredrin is to eventually become the Rome. And then once the team fights break through and JP crumbles, then now suddenly you're talking to Sanford. Sanford, can you go forward? I need to stay back and help protect my backline. Yes, early on you saw Twisted Minds were putting a lot of pressure on this Fredrin and giving him difficulty, understandably so. But since Team Liquid Philippines said, you know what, in some moments we can take this because Oheb is farming up anyway, then when it eventually evolved into what we expected after the draft, which was just constant 5v5 stampedes by the cavalry, Twisted Minds were overwhelmed.
And logically speaking, this is so much more difficult than how Liquid showed it, because range-wise, Twisted Minds has them beat out.
Yeah.
And damage-wise, like DPS, Twisted Minds should have them beat out too. So it really came down to execution.
It was the juggling, the constant juggling in all these team fights. I mean, even this, like, between all this, fighting in that one little crevice, like, was even... Whoa. See? That's just how much of a stamp. Was that a liquid effect?
I'm pretty sure that's what Twisted Minds felt.
I was gonna say, that was a bit of a liquid effect there. But yeah, it was the juggling between the composition that TLPH brought. And I don't think it could have been executed much better than it was here. Especially once they got some of those defensive items that Renmar pointed out. You know, the Radiant Armors, the Blade Armors. They were ready to go and extend these team fights out and juggle between whether it was Carl Teasy or JP and then Sanford. Sanford, for a portion of the game, was just to go ahead and put pressure on Sean so that he wasn't able to actually join a lot of the fights.
Yeah, and this isn't a super unique thing. It's almost always one of the main selections, but I think here especially, you get to see the importance of putting a tenacity on the Juicin with the basic common emblem, and then of course going for the Brave Smite, because that little bit more survivability allows you to constantly be more of a presence, annoying presence that Twisted Minds has to try and withstand, with the crowd controls and the little bits of damage eventually piling up into huge return on investments for TLPH.
Yeah, even looking at this again, it was just one of those situations where you think Twisted Minds has a lot better of a time to put map pressure on, especially with like a Moscow, for example, or even what MP the King would have been able to do if he had a faster start on the Joy. But they only got one base turret too. They weren't really able to contest many of the objectives, and it fell quickly behind.
Now you mentioned map pressure. I think Liquid reintroducing Chip should make the Moskov more of, how do I say, a balanced commodity? Because right now, really Moskov is the only hero that's capable of going coast to coast. Now with Chip in the metagame again, I'm hoping he stays.
Yeah.
It's not so simple.
Yeah, and you also have to acknowledge that this was a blitz draft by Liquid. They went into this with intent, we are gonna lock in the chip. If we see this are the pieces that Twisted Minds end up with, if they end up with the Moskov, we already have the Fredrid, we'll close out with the Harathon chip. And once you saw that final draft picture, I was like, wow, okay, Team Liquid, I see where you're getting at. It demanded so much from them, but they made it work and they made it look easy.
This was premeditated, Joseph.
I was going to say, the draft went by super fast.
Yeah.
Probably one of the fastest drafts we've had.
They had
this week.
dreams of playing this lineup in the MPL.
And again, there's not that many teams that will still reintroduce the chip because he kind of fell off for a bit. I mean, he's still technically... He's not picked up often. But Louis Yi is another one of those heroes that almost served, the purpose where we saw so much Chip versus Louis Yi. But both of them have slowly started to creep back up again. And maybe they're answers to a lot of that, what we see with the Moskov and everything else. So again, it was great execution. And we know that JP himself, Daddy JP, loves that hero. He's probably missed playing it a little bit. But all this is resemblance of what we were talking about even before, where this is that during that utility era, or that utility meta that we had, this is where the boys that are on TLPH got a lot of reps in on this, and now they bring it in this match for game one.
This is making me giddy.
Yeah.
The fact that this is possible in 2025, just as much as it was in early 2022.
3.
And I feel like that game number 1 allows me to understand even more like where you were getting at in terms of like how much you love the utility jungle era. Because after all those years, we decided, you know what? It's so much easier to teach being great at mechanics. It's so much more difficult to really hone and own the whole utility-focused, macro-focused playstyle that the Philippines was known for so long.
Yeah, this was very interesting to just watch unfold. Again, the execution here that was needed for TLPH to make this work is little bits and pieces of all the metas that they've experienced throughout the course of the seasons and the eras itself, and it was on display here. And even in a sense, like if you looked at Twisted Minds, they had the same concept themselves, where it was like this is apparent of what the game plan was for them. They just weren't able to execute it. I think even said with the Uranus, like as Lansu started off really great, but there was immediate answer from TLPH. So before we move on to game number 2, we got to go ahead and throw it over to Odin for an interview with one of our guests out there.
The Cavalry mag-ingay! 1-0 na para sa TLPH, and right here with me is Jess Julian. Hello, welcome to MPL Arena. Ano nararamdaman mo ngayon na naka 1-0 na sila?
Sobrang happy po. Manifesting 2-0.
Manifesting sa resultang yan. And bilang isang fan, nakita kasi namin na meron kang ginawang artwork daw for OHEB. So, ano ba yung inspiration mo? Bakit si OHEB yung ginawan mo ng artwork?
Hindi lang siya bilang gift sana. Actually, gift ko yun kay OHEB nung birthday niya. Hindi ko lang nabigay. And then, tribute na rin kasi bilang champion sa pagiging MPL last season and then nung M6.
Ang ganda ng gawa mo. Kamukhang-kamukha talaga siya ni OHEB, no? And nung nabigay mo siya kay OHEB, ano na pag-usapan niya? Ano reaction niya sa iyong artwork?
Ayun, kahapon, sobrang happy naman niya. Ayun, okay.
Sobrang happy daw ni OHEB. Ayan, nakikita mo si OHEB. Habang hindi pa siya naka-headphones, anong gusto mong sabihin kay OHEB?
Asa na yung video grid ko?
Ayan, siningil ka ng video grid. OHEB mamaya daw, siningil ng video grid. Aabangan namin yan, OHEB ha. And matanong ko lang, Jess, no, gaano ka na ba katagal na fan ni OHEB?
Nung Blacklist International pa siya naging player.
So, matagal ka na talagang fan ng MPL.
Yes po.
So, kumusta naman experience mo dito sa MPL Arena?
Sobrang happy po. Grabe yung unexpected yung fulfillment ng nararamdaman ko ngayon.
Sana naman nag-enjoy ka with the Cavalry, Mima.
Sobra po.
Oh, nag-enjoy ka ba kasama si Mima? Nag-enjoy ka kasama si Mima?
Oo naman.
Kilala mo ba ito, Mima? Ano pangalan?
Jel.
Wow! Ang galing talaga ng leader ng TLPH community. Kilala, oo. Kilala. And speaking of Guhit Jess, sabi ni Mima, meron ka pa bang mga ilalabas na artworks for our players?
Actually, sa playoff ko na po ibibigay sa lahat ng players.
O yan, aabangan namin yan, Jess, ha? And where can we see more of your artworks?
Sa Facebook or TikTok na lang po.
Ano yung username mo para ma-follow namin?
Sa TikTok, ang username ko doon is Jezreel_Batalya.
Ayan. So, i-type nyo na yan, i-follow nyo na si Jess. Excited kami kung sino-sino pa yung mga muka na makikita namin as your artwork. And ano naman gusto mo sabihin sa The Cavalry? Kasi mag-isa ka ba ngayon? So, ano gusto mo sabihin sa kanila? Kasi sila yung makakasama mo probably when you watch MPL Live.
Ayun, todo lang natin yung support natin sa TLPH.
Yan. May gusto ko pa sabihin, Mima.
Let's go, Liquid! Ganun!
Let's go, Liquid!
Let's go, Liquid!
I love the energy na meron tayo dito sa The Cavalry. And ano pa ang gusto mong sabihin sa mga nasa bahay nila? Invite mo naman sila manood dito sa MPL Arena.
So ayun, sa mga gustong manood ng MPL PH, lalo na sa mga team Cavalry, halina kayo dito sa bili na kayo ticket.
Maraming salamat, Jess, and maraming salamat, TLPH The Cavalry. We are excited to see kung ano pa nga bang may papakita at may papalag din ng Twisted Minds against TLPH. And with that, balik na muna tayo sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much there, Odin, and that is some amazing art. I would love to maybe ask him or commission if we can have one of us three.
What was his name, Joseph?
Jazz. I knew it was like Jazz, but I was trying to listen, but I was listening to me.
That's what Mima Dar said.
Yeah, I was listening to Mima.
That was your best Channing Tatum impression ever.
Why Channing Tatum?
My name is
Jazz.
My name is Jazz.
That was the whole point.
Okay.
Comedic genius this one.
Comedic genius. I'm so glad.
Comedic genius. Joseph Charles Omega resume.
Hey, don't dox me.
What? I'm not doxing you. People know you're Guffy.
It's actually funny anyways because my name has been on all the lower thirds on other casts. And it's a full name. Anyway.
Not the Omega part, but now it is.
Now it is. And what's next is Game 2. Yeah. Let's talk about Game 2.
The problem is, it's not even like a draft thing for Twisted Minds. You can't blame them, but then how Liquid have prepared for this is crazy. They have done their homework. They have respected Twisted Minds and what they bring to the table. And it seems like that game number 1 was a premeditated draft prepared 4 weeks ago, even before the season started. That's how it feels like.
It's like they just knew.
It's like they just knew exactly. The fact that, okay, here's the thing. If the casters are calling drafts so well, that means the pro teams are already a step ahead of that. So the fact that we saw the chip and then I believe that was a Harith, if I'm not mistaken, as well as the last 2 picks, that was like the perfect bang. Cherry on top of the ice cream cake sandwich.
Cupcake.
Josh Cakes.
He's over there.
He's over there. We're jumping into the draft here, Game 2. Still got TLPH on the blue side. We got Twisted Minds over on the red. First phase is almost over. Is this looking to be about the same?
Yes, same so far. So exact same bans by Team Liquid Philippines. Twisted Minds though, let's see if they'll shift it up. Are they willing to give the 1-1? No, they are not. So will it just be another Jushin rush for Liquid, or are they gonna take the Omega route and change something from the draft real quick to throw Twisted Minds off their game and say, hey, no, it's not gonna be exact.
Ooh, I wouldn't be surprised if it's still the Jushin though.
Yeah,
it fits in so many different compositions.
And when you're talking about Liquid's playstyle, they're rarely punished for the weaknesses Jushin has.
Yeah.
Because of how specific their execution is and how excellent they're able to make it. But they're taking their time with this. They're really giving Twisted Minds a run for the money, but nope. Instead, here it is. Something I think Twisted Minds might do is they might ride hard on Yusen Shin this time around. It's weird that... Never mind. Yusen Shin got banned in the second phase last game. Now Liquid has no reason otherwise...
Oh my gosh.
To change either.
Dude, Liquid are just like... What do you mean?
Same.
What do you mean
same.
adjust? We're not adjusting. We're picking the exact same draft. They're forcing Twisted Minds. Okay, your turn to show different pieces.
You do something.
So they changed out the high loss, made it the Hayabusa, and then just kept the Uranus and Kimi.
But
they changed the joy.
Yeah, the joy. Instead of the joy, it's the Hayabusa, and I feel like it's still sort of the same. He's just physical.
Although it does change the item prioritization.
Yeah, it does.
It makes them go harder into the Antikiras, but they still have to build the Radiant armor.
I guess that's the biggest difference. They'll ban the chip.
Now what? Now what, Daddy JP?
I think Twisted Minds still needs to respect the possibility of Hilda Roam for Team Liquid. And if they don't do that and they're not ready for it to show up, then they're just going to get checked. So it's important what they're going to end up with here in the gold lane, especially. It cannot be magic. It's most likely going to be physical. So if they want to avoid that, I think Twisted Minds needs one more source of burst or constant basic attacks. I actually love this Badang ban. So going into the draft, I was thinking, you know, if there's another thing that Twisted Minds can show up, it's with a Badang. Because how we talked about Badang does so well with messing up full 5v5 team fight flows. However, there's another pick that we saw earlier today that does that so well, the Grok. And I think Team Liquid Philippines will have to keep that in their minds.
What if they want it?
What do you mean?
Liquid? What if Team Liquid wanted the Grok?
If I'm assuming the Twisted Minds are just going to pick it as the fourth pick.
The fourth pick.
But if Team Liquid Philippines rush the Grok, then Twisted Minds may have missed out on picking what could be a perfect pick for them.
To protect lives.
Yeah, I'll double down on that because Kaloy's high loss in game 1 really didn't feel like much. About 80% of the time, he was using Glorious Pathway defensively.
Yeah. It's one of those cases where, and it's funny because like they're going to be the ones that ban it out. But yeah, the Hylos is always in that situation. I feel like it works in some cases, and then others, it's almost like the Gatakacha. Like if you're usually using your ultimate defensively, you use a ton of value. You're kind of just like a revitalize guy, you know. You're just there for the revitalize. So last ban is going to be the gold lane, Harith. So what's left on the table? The Grangers are still up there too.
Yep. And the Moskov.
Yep.
Yeah, those are all going to be solid picks. However, if it's high boost and Kimi together, maybe something that scales a little bit quicker. I'd like to see more AoE. I'd want to see their options of it open for a Beatrix. They're probably going to go for something like the carry or something. But okay, so they go for the Gatakacha. We're not going to get the Grok. So they're going to be adjusting their gold pick. I'm still leaning towards the ones that I mentioned. They take away a strong pick for JP, and you actually turn off the idea of them going for a Hilda Roam. So they might have gotten checkmated here because are they just going to end up with a Minotaur so they have heal? Because you're going to need to balance out the fact that this Gatakacha will have Revitalize.
Yeah. If Baksha wasn't banned, then that's what you wanted, but nope.
What about Matilda?
Yeah, Fred, Matilda. Fred, Matilda, then Granger.
Strong mid trio.
Yeah, Fred, Matilda, Granger.
Yeah.
I think that's what they could do.
Matilda, Granger.
Well, that'll be solid. Or they can even go Matilda, Bruno. They can afford to.
Yeah, there's Matilda.
There it is!
Let's go, boys!
We got it. All right.
We've seen the Liquid Stampede too often.
So this is either. I mean, it might just really be a Moskov.
Probably just a Moskov.
But they might want to keep their minds open for something like still a Beatrix or Bruno.
Unless this is true to the twist.
Yeah.
Right. If it's not the Moskov, it's something different. Now, Bruno, would they even want a Bruno with this? Against this lineup? I mean, this is such a healthy lineup, too, for TLPH. All right, it's the Moskov, yeah.
Yo, I still feel like what I said earlier, Team Liquid Philippines know what Twisted Minds want.
Yep. Liquid seems to have found themselves once again in the current metagame.
Yeah.
They're so comfortable, and this is a draft that they've been rocking for the better part of a year now.
Yeah.
Even before OHEB, they've been playing this way.
Yeah, it just works.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, you see the pattern. Besides, take away the names of the heroes who put the positions. You get jungle, EXP mid first.
Yep.
Then gold laner and roam are the picks that you're playing for in the second phase.
Different strategies for different teams here. This is a little bit closer, I guess, in terms of the rating for Twisted compared to what we saw before. It was twice in favor of TLPH in the previous one, but I think they're still going to have some difficulty to make this work. You guys can let us know which team you think is going to get Game 2. Will it be a sweep for TLPH? Will it be the Stampede to finish out the series, finish out Week 2, or will Twisted Minds live up to what we've been seeing from them the past couple weeks and get us to a Game 3 here? We're going to find out. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn.
We're still looking for that plot twist. We know that Liquid is strong, but Twisted Minds have gone undefeated so far. Liquid is the next stop on their hit list of who's who in MPL Season 16.
So Baby Kick started with a Team Liquid purple buff leash, while it was Kaloy and Sean who leashed for MP the King. This is the typical trait that we see at the center of the map when there's a Kimi, slight delay intended by MP the King, or he might have just messed it up just a little bit, but
it happens.
Clear invade, no vision.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow.
The sandwich by Twisted, but Liquid ain't falling for it. JP put down to a fifth of his health.
Yeah, look at the gold laners too. Battle Spell was used up by Oheb in the 1v1 up top. So, and then the Purify being used by JP. So right now, Twisted Mind's playing with a little bit of momentum off of that, but again, I think with these lineups, it ultimately is going to just lead into the first objective, and that's why that was that, you know, Infinite's key to victory in the Howl there, on why this first turtle is so important.
Yeah, the invade though by Twisted Minds failed. They weren't able to steal the Golem away from Carl Tizzy. He was actually able to win that out thanks to the Lantern by Sanji, getting MP the King up in the air just in time and getting damage onto him and Sean. Good rotation downwards by Carl.
Here comes Carl. Look at his sandwich. Lansu does get the taunt. Is that enough damage? Puts the ears about half health. Yep, TLPH ain't forcing nothing.
Yeah, they know they just have to wait. I mean, you're not really going to kill a Uranus here, even this early portion of the game. Need those items to go in and help deal with that, but it brings it to, you can see the rotate happening here. They're going to set up into that first objective. Mid lane is going to be a little bit of a focus, but just forced off. Carl Tizzy will go ahead and start up the turtle.
Ooh, Liquid very early to the pit. Puts the turtle about half health now. Make that a quarter, make that a fifth, a tenth. Oh, MP the King comes in a little too soon. The retribution. Carl Tizzy secures. Kaloy down to an eighth of his health. Sanji coming in with the Crimson Beacon. Lansu to the left here. Forced the flicker back. Twisted Minds put in defensive position. Even fighting for their own purple. Carl Tizzy does not have a retribution. Does have the Appraiser's Wrath. And they get it. They get it. Successful Grand Theft Purple.
That's basically like a mini retribution, right? The Appraiser's Wrath.
Yep.
He knew that MP the King used it earlier anyway.
Great timing there by Carl Tizzy on how he secured that first turtle. I feel like he may have forced MP the King. There's a little move action that I may be missing out on because that was just like way too early for MP the King to use a retribution. Carl Tizzy just popped his off perfectly the moment MP the King used his.
Uh-oh, JP in between two, circling Eagle, knocking them both up. I think he knows that there's not enough damage between MP and Kaloy to threaten him.
Yeah, just takes a trip in the air there, but again, it's crazy too. Sanford, look how many levels he has on Lansu. At least he's a whole level ahead.
That's the freeze.
The freeze right there.
A level and a half. Again, Team Liquid, they are just being so. This isn't an insult. It's just calling out. This is a standard set that we're seeing. The aggression, the push out by the Matilda, and then the juice in together. Rotations on point. It's textbook there. That's a better term for it. And Twisted Minds, they are getting snuffed by it.
Yeah, it's almost like it's up to them to make the play, to press a situation or force one if they can. And TLPH knows they have this advantage, so they can play into it. Sanford as well will go ahead and continue to maintain that lead. Sanji?
MP the King comes in, threatens the shadow kill, but Sanji very quick to pop the Crimson Beacon defensively.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the turtle. They don't want any rotations with no payoff.
Yes. Oh, Carl Tizzy invading alone.
Again! Guilty! 2 counts of Grand Theft Purple, and he gets away scot-free!
So he just retreated, it looked like.
He did.
Yeah, he just took that, but wow, this is an opportunity for Twisted Minds to go ahead and take the turtle here. But I think, again, you have this kind of mini retribution with the Appraiser's Wrath, so Carl Tizzy, or they might just delay it till that 15 seconds is up.
I don't think they're going to delay anything. They're still in the turtle pit. That's the circling Eagle knocking up Lansu. Turtle at about a tenth of its health. In comes MP the King securing the turtle. One for Twisted Minds. JP very low. All of Twisted Minds are here, and they're happy with the major objective. Still no one has fallen.
Yeah, you see how Team Liquid Philippines, again, willing to give up objectives.
Yep.
Yes, they fought into that. Carl Tizzy was not able to use his retribution. I think he decided to save it because he knew that it was starting to look like a lost cause, especially when that SOT hit. You see how Team Liquid Philippines were thinking twice about their positioning. It seems like they also told Oheb, dude, just stay up there, push. We don't need you here. It's okay. We need you to farm. We're providing space for you, and Carl Tizzy kept this retribution alive so that if ever Twisted Minds invaded after that, they can pop the red tree to secure the purple buff for this Fredrin. Radiant Armor already up for the Fred, and Sky Piercer Hunter Strike already up for Oheb.
This is one of those longer games anyway for this lineup from TLPH.
Oheb starting it up against Nosha. Does find the other angle, the flicker forward, kill one. Across First blood at 5.5 minutes.
Looks so good in the 1v1, but I can't believe that's the first blood at this point in the game, under 6 minutes.
That was terrifying. Oheb had no reaction to that. The player cam was on him when that kill happened, and he was just cold-blooded with it. Tower falls, and now Liquid can build off of what Oheb did up top. That gives him advantage for the turtle. That also gives them, inadvertently, advantage on the other side of the map, because now Twisted Minds has to think about holding on to their mid.
What I was going to say earlier before that even broke out was just, you know, this is a lineup that TLPH knows. Give time for Oheb to get online.
Sean drops a traction pulse, and they're all raining down on the goat. Carl Teasy not able to press the Appraiser's Wrath fast enough to recover. But they are buying time. This is all for Oheb. He pushes the bottom lane.
Sidestepped also by the members of Twisted Minds. And now up top, good recovery by Twisted. So what felt like their map feeling smaller suddenly turned into a turnaround by catching Carl Teasy off guard. Even though Sanji was there to help, Twisted Minds just decided to go all in on the Fred, and this third turtle will go to Twisted unless a miracle happens for Liquid.
Yeah, this is going to be the turtle in their hands. MP will grab it. But TLPH isn't worried too much. Again, mid lane.
Oh, they're looking for sweet revenge on Lancer. Circling Eagle, knocking him up. Not enough stacks on the Crimson Beacon to choke him. And Twisted Minds recollect themselves underneath Tier 1. Liquid. Now we're starting to feel that they're short on range.
Yeah, they're short on the range there, but also they just don't have enough firepower to deal with Lansu. Lansu is just putting himself in front, as he should on this Uranus, but he's also providing space for Nasha and then Sean. Carl Teasy, you know, for the most part, he needs to build up into the next item here. He's already got the Radiant Armor. You can see this too. As soon as Sanford gets a little tankier himself, he can be a part of that. It's a little bit different now for JP, now that he's not on the chips.
Yeah.
But he can still provide a lot of that utility on this Matilda.
Yeah, but just remember, Chip actually does... Oh, wait, Sanford goes in?
40 with the bravest fighter. Wow. Putting it on Lansu. And they just push them all back.
Oh yeah, they really just want that tower. Yeah.
Oh wait, it looks like Twisted Minds ain't done with it. Circling all the way into the back line. JP pulls it before getting full collision. That's a push for Oheb.
Everything here seems to be for Oheb. Like, just give Oheb space. He'll get a turret, and it's a fight on the macro level for game 2.
Yeah, they have gone back to basics. Play around your gold laner, but then again, because of wait.
MP the King comes in, shadow kill. A little too much damage has been dispersed all throughout Liquid. And now Lancer gets caught on the choke in the tail end of the Appraiser's Wrath. That's a kill for Liquid.
San and as well, the shield's coming from the Guiding Wind. Sanji goes to the back line. Sean able to get away, and the turret falls in mid. Twisted's map has now felt small again. 2,100 is their gold lead. So a quick switch up by Sanford. He goes for the Fury Hammer alongside building items for either the Blade Armor or Dominant Size. Carl Teasy completes Grand Theft Orange this time around.
Smooth with it.
Very smooth, and Liquid, again, very textbook with every single rotation they're doing. JP has been stellar as well with using the ultimate as a deterrent to what Twisted Minds wants to do. Like the sequences where it looks like, okay, Twisted Minds can fight. You see JP flying, it's not good.
SOD finds its mark on the JP. Lord goes the Liquid. Carl Teasy secures. Sanji falls. Nosha finds one. MP the King forced to shadow out. AOG, no one home. Kaloy. They're looking to take down Carl. Kaloy falls. Oheb gets a kill. Nosha falls to the goat. And now Lansu left. Can Liquid put a period to the sentence they started? Death for one more, and Twisted Liquid run through him.
And you remember why the Fredrin and the Matilda are such a good combo.
What is up with Carl Teasy's Fredrin?
It's different.
There are times where he literally just stands there, takes damage, is like, all right, come here closer, let me Appraiser's Wrath you in the face. Once you've brought me down low enough, it's a different aura and swagger with this Fredrin.
You look up the word aura in the modern dictionary and you see a picture of this friend.
With Carl's face on it, you know.
So this same picture with his name on it.
It's mid lane.
The taunt
might have been a 3-man taunt. They do get enough to stop Kaloy in his tracks, canceling the AOJ, taking down Twisted's Roamer. One more taunt almost compromises MP. Appraiser's Wrath almost kills him. They're in your base, but not really. But now they're gonna take tier 3 up top.
Oh, they take that and the body.
Coming in from 40. Almost gets Sean. does get the turret. And now 40 gets punished hard. And he's still alive. He takes out Sean with him. What is this young man made of? 40 helps get another kill. Lansu falls. It's mayhem. Pandemonium in Twisted Mind's face. Kaloy bites it. Double kill for Oheb. Nosha falls. And MP the King the only one left. Carl TZ gets killed. But there's no waves. Can MP the King defend?
It's all MP all by himself.
And now, Liquid are gonna end the streak! The defending champions have served up Twisted Mind's first loss! A sweep for the Cavalry!
It's a sweep for TLPH in the first loss for Twisted Minds.
Remember the name. This is their game. You come in to a battle with Liquid with a streak in your name, and they are gonna walk away and take the W from you. The most dominant Liquid performance we've seen all season, and a harsh reality check for the plot twist we thought they had.
Man, I can't believe. I don't even know what happened because we missed, like, the camera had to move down too to see Sean. But how did Sanford survive that?
JP saved him, man. A guiding
Was it
wind
the guiding wind?
gave him just enough shield to survive and keep fighting. And
Plus
the spell vamp.
Oh man.
Jinx.
Hey,
you owe me Dias.
Oh,
you owe
man.
Dias right now.
We haven't
Twisted
gotten our
Minds.
monthly Dias yet.
Yep, get your raffle entries. Taking the bow here again, feeling the first loss for Twisted Minds, but it's TLPH, man. I know that some people had some things to say leading into the weeks here after some of their matches, but they look great here. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage to hear from TLPH and Hans and Odin.
That is how you respond, ladies and gentlemen. Here are your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! What an answer, Coach RC. Just an amazing performance from your team. Nakita namin that you guys were serious for today. No team is undefeated in Season 16 at kayo ang dahilan nun. Talk to us about it. Ano ba yung mga kailangan i-address ng team ninyo with your losses? We know you suffered 1 win and 2 losses, but ano ba yung kailangan yung paghusayan pa to get this win against Twisted Minds?
Sinabi ko lang sa kanila na kailangan natin bumalik sa basic. Parang ano lang tayo, parang hindi tayo kilalang tao. Kailangan lang natin ibigay yung kung paano tayo naglalaro ng ML dati. Tapos wala tayong kailangan patunayan sa kanila. Patunayan lang natin sa sarili natin na mas nag-improve tayo everyday.
I love that, Hans. Ang ganda na sinabi ni Coach RC at mukhang pinapatunayan nyo every time na naglalaro kayo ang inyong mga sarili. Coach, I wanna know kung ano yung thoughts mo sa level of competitiveness ngayon ng mga teams natin compared to last season.
Siguro ngayong MPL Season 16, unpredictable talaga kung sino yung mananalo everyday. Kasi bagay na bagay din ngayon yung katagaan natin na Pinas lang yung malakas. Kasi lahat ng team ngayon walang tapon, lahat talaga sila malakas.
And everybody poses a challenge against Team Liquid Philippines. Respect gets respect. Now I want to give the mic to a respected figure again, Carl TZ. A moment for you in that game number 1. Sobrang solid ng naging performance mo. Twisted Minds were talking to us in a recent interview na kayo ang gusto nilang makalaban to figure out their team levels, kung gaano na ba sila kalakas. In your perspective, what did you think of the rookies, yung mga bagong salta natin dito sa liga?
Ano po, sobrang na-improve sila nung compare sa laban namin sa Cebol. Kasi nakalaban namin sila nung Cebol, mas nag-improve sila ngayon. And sobrang commendable yung ginagawa nila na undefeated pa sila, kaso nakalabang kami. Yun lang.
I like it. May padere, may harang eh. That was Carl TZ.
Meron pa akong gustong tanungin dito, si JP. Bilang isa na rin sa pinakamatagal dito sa ating liga, what can you say dun sa legacy na natulungan yung i-build dito sa MPL Philippines?
Ayun, masaya kasi hanggang ngayon nakapaglaro pa rin sa MPL.
At malalakas pa rin kayo kahit ilang seasons na ang nagdaan, Hans. Meron pang isa.
Meron pa?
Meron pa. Ang ganda din ng performance nito, lalo nung game number 2 before the winning moment. Oh, Heb, grabe naman yung Granger mo. Parang natatakot kaming lahat. Napakalakas na sigawan ng mga fans. And with that, kanina nakausap namin yung fan na gumawa ng artwork for you. What can you say to the fans na patuloy na sumusuporta sa TLPH?
Yun, sa nag-drawing sa akin, thank you. Sobrang na-appreciate ko. And sa mga fans naman, thank you na kahit nag-struggle kami nung mga early weeks, sinusuportahan niyo pa rin kami. And thank you sa mga nanonood sa inyong lahat. Love namin kayo. And shoutout nga po pala kay Ate Michelle. Happy birthday sa'yo.
There we finally have it. An ecstatic win, a statement from the Cavalry. Once again, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines. Oh, this is how you respond from those losses. This is the way for you guys to go in Odin. This is the defending champions we're talking about.
They're reminding us who they are at sabi mo nga, Hans, iba ang level ng competitiveness ng ating mga teams because as you said also, wala ng team na undefeated this time around.
And with that being said, all of those matches, all of those team fights are going to be discussed by our casters as we toss it right back to them.
Thank you so much, Hans, Odin, and of course, congratulations there to Team Liquid Philippines. It's a statement, I feel like, for them. I feel like, again, like before we threw it over there and we got to hear from them, it was something that I feel like they needed to end out week 2. And it's great they got it because this makes it a little bit of more of a threat for people that had a lot to say about TLPH leading into this. But our MVP, of course, is OHEB, 8-0-1. And my goodness, it started off with that 1v1 in the gold lane.
First blood at 5.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that literally opened up the map, as we mentioned. After that, it looked like Liquid, all right, let's go. Yes, Twisted Minds were able to get the turnaround to somewhat rebalance the momentum that Liquid was bubbling up with. But then eventually, OHEB just ran away with it, and Team Liquid ran away with it. Mathilda, Fredrin, tried and tested combo, and they were able to play it. This is what started things off. Bam! The flicker, just to make sure he gets that kill.
He effectively twice his range because I don't think Nosha expected for OHEB to dash and then flicker and then get the basic in.
Yeah, covered so much ground.
That was ooh.
Yeah, because OHEB was able to, Nosha was able to create so much distance between him and OHEB, but then the closeout was perfect. And then every sequence then, afterwards, we did mention at the end of the draft, it's 2 games in a row where Liquid are clearly playing around OHEB, making sure that he gets farm and he's safe. So then you make sure that you have a jungle like Fredrin, who, yes, is known to tank a lot of damage, but that's damage that he can return to his opponents through the Appraiser's Wrath if they cannot get the Fredrin down fast enough. And Twisted Minds also have to acknowledge that they didn't just lose to Liquid, they lost to Radiant Armor and Blade Armor the entire series.
Yeah, that was something that they decided to go ahead and draft. I mean, this one was 11:07. What was our game 1 time? It was
under 15.
Under 15 as well.
Yeah, it
but
was under 15.
This one was definitely quicker.
Under 12, sir.
Yeah, under 12.
This is what they call a stampede, a liquid stampede, sir.
This was the liquid stampede. Why didn't we get the graphic effect of the liquid, that we had earlier?
Yeah, we used to have horses, right?
Yes.
Like an actual stampede of horses.
Yeah, we need to get some of that here. But yeah, it just proves that how strong Fredrin can still be. And it's actually crazy because, wasn't there an iteration of Fred when he would take Brave Smite? Or has it always been Concussive Blast? Like, has it always been...
There was a version that took Quantum Charge.
Quantum Charge, yeah. So... Yeah. I mean, the amount of damage you can take still as Fredrin is crazy.
Yeah. There was also a time where it would be a support emblem on the Fredrin because you get cooldown and then you get a good healing for yourself. But yes, Radiant Armor and Blade Armor. You counter the Kimmy, you counter the Moskov.
Yeah. When Liquid started to play in blue, they made a call to play the same lineup. I think Twisted Minds held their ground, and I don't know if it was ego, pride, or just, the old Coach Bonchan approach of, let's just iterate and try again because we have a solid idea. The fact that they tried to bump these 2 very similar drafts from game 1 again made for Liquid's veterancy and experience to make the difference.
And it happened faster, than game 1.
And worse.
Yeah, because if it was, let's go again.
Yeah.
Go again.
Go again.
That's why we were suggesting...
I'm glad you still remember that.
Of course.
That's why we were suggesting 2 different gold laners. Instead of the Moskov, please consider the Beatrix and the Bruno.
Yeah.
With the Beatrix, you have 4 different damage profiles through what weapon you're gonna be wielding. And then if you go for the Bruno, at least you have someone to help balance out what could be a quicker scaling through the through the Granger and a lineup that has a Matilda that it will be known to scale fast. But since they decided to play the same game again for the longer game, Rich Guy Oheb walked away with 990 GPM.
Yeah,
Almost broke the 1K threshold.
Almost broke it. So he's definitely the BPI Rich Guy for this one. And again, a very... I guess it's not even... It wasn't even a slow early game. Like, so much was technically happening.
Yeah.
It's just it wasn't converting into kills because TLPH wasn't after the kills. Like, they knew that just play for the map, play for Oheb eventually, and that's exactly what happened there. So, well, very funny, by the way. Total gold, how often do we get to see just that?
Clean.
11,000 gold for Oheb,
If
though.
the game went a second longer, it would have been 11:06. Yeah, or 11:0. Yeah.
I guess there's no way. Is there a way to get 1 gold?
Yeah, just passive gold. Just by standing there.
Yeah, but Oheb doesn't get passive gold.
Nah, dude.
Not Oheb.
Everything handed to kill one, he worked for.
So, hey, that rounds it out for week 2 here. And I think, because we'll get a glimpse at the standings and everything else after in a bit here, but it's been one hell of a week. I think week 2. So far, I'd still say there was some good surprises, and then you had some adjustments being made for the teams.
It's still unpredictable.
Though.
Coach RC mentioned it during the interview. There's you can't say that there's a team right now so far this season that are just like throwing.
Yeah.
As a Falcons guy, I'm a shut up right now. But yeah, it's a very competitive league. Again, it's not obvious to say who the bottom 2 teams are. I thought we had a clear idea of who the top 2 teams are, but then Liquid comes out with a victory, breaking another streak. Twisted Minds were 3-0. They were able to take down teams such as Onyx and Aurora.
And Falcons.
And
No, just Onyx Aurora, yeah, still.
Omega was one of them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Onyx Omega.
Onyx Omega.
Falcons?
Yeah.
Why am I blanking on this? Anyways, they took down some big names. That's the important thing here. And then Liquid, who were already starting to get a lot of doubters and bashers, suddenly show up with a 2-0 sweep of them. Like, bro, that is really good fan fiction.
AP Bren, I think, is the other one.
Oh, AP Bren.
Oh, that's right. That is fan fiction.
Right. Yeah, it is.
But that's why you can end this week, we're about to, but it's like you can still go out saying, like, it's one darn competitive season, man. Like, you actually don't know, even after week 2 is over, because eventually we're going to stop saying it's still early. It's still early. I mean, even at week 3, you generally have an idea of how these teams have been playing, how their strategy is, and how they like to approach the game. But before that, let's go ahead and hear our winning mic check from TLPH.
Oh, yung maangat lang. Angat na, G. Maangat. Patay. Ito lang, G. May green dyan. Yung game mo, Tara. Tsaka yung mga kodad. Wala. Piso kay Mirtol. Piercer. Kaya patay na yan. Pagpatay mo na, G. Pasag kami mid, ha. Patay na to. Pa ako. Sumibat sa akin. Lanso. Wala siya sa akin. Tonko. Ligar na. Kaya rapal lang. Drawing ako. Tara. Maangat ko. Tonko pagkatot. Kaya go lang. Go siya, walang flicker. Tapos na. Patay. Patang kidad. Kaya, salo ka. Pati tower, pre. Kaya patay niya. Kaya, nice boy.
Very great mic check there. It's nice to see, some of the emotions coming out there from the GOAT himself.
Yeah, only up until the last second. But you listen to a majority of that mic check, I'd say like 99% of it, consummate professionals. They know exactly what they need to do to get to the result that they vied out to get, and only at the end,
I think to be fair, both of these teams needed a result like this. Liquid needed the dominant win against a very strong team in the season.
Yep.
Twisted Minds needed a humbling to see, they're already humbled, but they needed the loss like this to see what they really need to work on and improve on.
And in big picture, this might be better for Twisted in the long run.
Yeah.
Because they'll know how hard it could be to face off against teams like Liquid later on in the season.
And so whatever they experience here, they'll be able to go ahead and chalk up this week in preparation for week 3, because they're still at number 1, right? They're still there at the top of the standings. You got Onyx, Omega, TLPH, but man, the Falcons guy and everybody else that is a Falcons fan feels pretty rough, because this is we haven't seen this in a while.
How often?
When have we seen this? When, Renmar?
It's never happened. All the Falcons guys and gals are in shambles.
This was just, let's just say,
agony.
There was a picture-in-picture camera of me right now. You'd see pain,
misery, sadness, confusion,
constipation.
I'm hoping that they bounce back this week.
Dude,
they had a very long week.
All right, okay. We're doing good in Fancy Glaban.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Fancy Glaban is
Go
fine.
Falcons.
Here's our Fancy Glaban.
Go Falcons.
Go Falcons. The Mines are also on top for the Fancy Glaban, so I don't know. They're synced up right now. There's
Falcons
a mind
are here.
connection. Yeah.
Falcons are here.
The Falcons are here. But
the Mines, though, still undefeated.
That's what I'm saying. They're undefeated, man. The
Next
fans.
week, the Mines Fancy Glaban team has been brought up to MPL.
You know what the Falcons can do, guys? The Falcons can go ahead. This is the perfect week to take this rough week they've had, make it a montage of the training arc now, because they literally go train, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Training arc, and then they come back strong.
Yeah, no,
Final
they're
four.
like depressed lone wolf era when
Yes.
they're all wearing hoods. They all have constant 5 o'clock shadows.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, come
From
on,
Monday
I
to
gotta fix.
Thursday.
Yeah, they've had a rough week. But then every anime has a Blank's rough week, and then in the next episodes you see them get stronger and stronger.
Yeah. Training montage.
I hope that they don't turn, though, into a villain era. I hope they don't take it to villain arc.
This is my villain arc. Villain arc.
Villain arc.
Villain arc.
I've had enough migraines on this today. Please don't me with that villain arc stuff.
Nah, Falcons are super lovable. They're
No.
just the nicest.
If they go on a villain arc, I go on a villain arc too.
I cannot imagine those guys going on a villain arc. Flap Teasy has a villain on
Marco?
Marco has a.
I can see. Okay,
I can see Marco.
I can see Marco.
Okay, Few.
Yeah, Few and Ogwin and who am I missing?
Okay, maybe just
Kyle
Kyle,
Teasy.
maybe just Kyle and Marco have that silent side to them that maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, guys.
Coach Treb, never in a million years.
That's true. Hopefully. What are they? What is the term? What is the wrestling term?
Heel turn?
The heel turn.
Yeah, it's a heel turn.
This is gonna be. Are you guys proud of me? By the way, it's
Yes,
only
I
taken
am.
8 years, or 8 seasons. Sorry, 8 seasons. The heel turn.
Not gonna happen.
Anyway, we hope you guys enjoyed. This is wrapping up week 2 here for the MPL Philippines season 16. It's been us, the Wee Bear Bros, and we'll see you guys back here next week. Let's throw it on stage.
Thank you so much, Gaslers. Grabe, ramdam na ramdam natin ang energy ng Cavalry, pero I wanna hear it once again. Are you not entertained? Well done. At honestly, itong game na to, in-expect ko talaga at nag-wish ako na maging close. This series, I really wanted to be really down the wire. Kaya nga lang, ang Team Liquid ay nagising talaga. At I guess it's because they checked the keys to victory. Umpisahan muna natin sa Twisted Minds. Sinabi natin na kailangan nilang iibahan or i-deny yung Granger. Unfortunately, hindi pa nangyari. Same result as the Cebol qualifier. Yung Granger ni Oheb was a problem para dito sa side ng Twisted Minds. And now, for Team Liquid, what they had to do was to watch out for Twisted Minds level 2 rotations. Dalawa yung ginawang adjustment dito ng Team Liquid. Una, kumuha sila ng non-assassin heroes. Kumuha sila ng Fredrin, isang hero na na-master talaga ni Carl Fredrin Nepomuceno. At nung ginamit niya tong hero na to, hindi na nakaporma ang Twisted Minds sa level 2 power spike. Tapos nag-group up sila with another hero for Sanford na mas active din pagdating sa early stages of the game. Kaya naman, na-checkan din nila yung second na win condition natin dito, which is to get the first turtle. On both ends, on both games, I mean, nakuha nila ang first turtle at nag-snowball sila out of that scenario. Although there are times na ang Twisted Minds ay nakakapalaga dahil pa rin dun sa ginawa nitong ni Carl Fredrin Nepomuceno ay hindi na nakaporma ang Twisted Minds. Talagang nakita natin, he is locked in. TLPH, nagbabalik na nga ba sila? We'll see if this will continue, but for Twisted Minds, they can just shrug it off. Sila pa rin naman ang nasa taas ng ating standings. But that is it for our week. And maraming salamat sa nanonood. Have a good game and good night everyone. Pasa na natin kina Hans and Claudine.
And with that being said, the final season, or should I say the final day of week number 2 has come to an end.
Masyado tayong na-excite sa mga pangyayari and week 2 has been very great para sa ating mga teams, lalong-lalo na sa Smart Omega as they ended their losing streak when they faced Team Falcons with a 2-0 sweep. Nakikita na natin na talagang ito na nga yata ang bagong era ng MPL Philippines Dahil kada match na ating napapanood ay hindi natin alam kung sino ang magwawagi.
And then there was also the final matchup between the Cavalry and the Mines. And it was a statement game mula sa Team Liquid Philippines. Dahil sa kanilang pagkapanalo, no team is undefeated in Season 16. And you were talking about eras, Odin. I think this is a completely new one from all the others out there.
Definitely. And 2 weeks have gone too fast para sa ating lahat. Pero excited na rin ako sa paparating na week next week.
Alam mo, maraming nangyayari, nandaming lumipas na mga laro at ang dami ding lumipas na panahon. And in fact, September na din pala bukas. So hindi man namin kayo mababati bukas, ngayon na lang because welcome to the holiday season, Superfans.
Advance happy holidays to everyone. Muli, this is your very own Odin.
At ako naman si Ans Galeria.
Makita-kita muli tayo next week sa pagbabalik ng
MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. No retreat. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas